Pratishta ji, if we can start the session. Pratishta ji, you can unmute yourself and we can start the session.
Yeah, we can start. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. So, hello and good afternoon, everyone, and welcome back to the second session of our international conference. And for this session, we have Dr. Rakesh Tewari, who will be chairing the session. So, I will be introducing about Dr. Rakesh. So, he has been the Director General of Archaeological Survey of India from 2014 to 2017. He is the Director, HOC 1989 to 1996, Director, HOD, and retired in 2013. He has experience of about 4 decades of field archaeology in Uttar Pradesh, Uttaranchal, Jharkhand, Chhattisgarh, Madhya Pradesh, Maharashtra, and South India. He has more than 200 publications, including books, monographs, research papers, edited volumes, reviews, general writings, and many more. His major archaeological contributions include more than 100 new painted rock shelters, sculptures, and inscriptions in Uttar Pradesh, Uttarakhand, and modern Jharkhand. He explored, reported, and excavated a number of unreported sites. Along with this, he is a founder editor of Pragthara, annual journal of Uttar Pradesh State Archaeological Department, which has issued 23 issued and it has been published. So I welcome Dr. Rakesh Tewari to the for chairing our session. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon to all of you. First of all, I extend my hearty thanks to the organizers for providing me this opportunity to chair this session in the afternoon. 5 presentations are scheduled for this session. These presentations will be by the young scholars from the University of Garhwal, Ravindra Bharati, Manipur, Deccan College, Baroda, and Archaeological Survey of India. Am I audible?
Yes, sir, you are audible and visible.
So the subject matter of these papers would be, the presentation would be the archaeological study of Buddhism in Jammu region, salvaging the tangible heritage and retaining the past, a case study, living traditions of fishing technologies in the Loktak Lake of Manipur, scope of archaeo-tourism and development of ancient Jain sites. So I would request all the presenters, as you are already aware, that your time is fixed for 13 minutes only. So try to finish your presentation within the time limits so that you may have a good discussion after that. And with this brief introduction, I would say that the archaeological inquiries are very, very important in the field of archaeology. And I am especially happy that the young scholars are presenting here. And certainly they will enlighten us in many respects. And I would request the first presenter, Nahid Ahmed from the Srinagar University, Himati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University. So please start your presentation. Is he not present? Mr. Nahid Ahmed.
I think the sir is not there in the meeting.
Okay, so should I call the next speaker?
Yes, sir. Please kindly call up the next.
So I would request S. Banerjee and S. Kumar. Banerjee is from the Ravindra Bharati University and S. Kumar from the Archaeological Survey of India.
Good noon, sir. Good noon, all delegates and friends. So, can I share my screen?
Yeah, and please speak a little louder.
Okay. Can I share my screen now? Okay.
Yeah, certainly.
Okay. Am I audible?
Yes.
Yes, Shubhraji, you are audible.
Okay. So, the paper is entitled as Salvaging the Tangible Heritage and Retaining the Past, a case study in nutshell, Tomluk, West Bengal. The author is myself. I'm doing my MA in Ravindra Bharati Museology department. I already did my first master's in MA in AIHC and archaeology from Deccan College. And my co-author is Sanjay Kumar, who is assistant archaeologist at Archaeological Survey of India, and he is in charge of Tomluk Site Museum. This is my abstract, which tells that archaeology records the human past by studying its material remains, and museology teaches how to retain tangible, intangible heritage for the future use. Forasmuch, these two discourse acts each sides of a single coin. Hence, for both the subject, artifact collection and documentation technique is such a common instrument without which further academic proceedings are implausible. As far as tangible heritage of human past is concerned, mishandling objects actually vandalizes its contexts and make the task obscure for scholars to reconfirm its heritage. However, sometimes through environmental routines, when archaeological findings are exposed without any intentional human involvement, the graph towards heritage extinction ignites rapidly. Generally, those objects either became wasted or else snatch attention of local lights as treasures, which is also malign. In few exceptions, such objects get amassed by dilettante individuals who collect and save them from extinction. The archaeological site of Natshal, situated in Midnapur, West Bengal, is such a site which facing the same problem nowadays due to riverine erosion. From previous excavations, the occupational level here codify its boundary from Mesolithic level till early medieval phase. During the last few decades, as a result of riverine erosion, various antiquities that are animal remains, early historic potteries, single molded terracotta figurines, etc., are coming out in a routine manner at the river banks. A local resident, Mr. Prashanto Mondol, collected those unearthed objects and placed them at his residence. The collection is diverse and an acute example of unintentional object collection method. By documenting the salvaging, participation of an individual in community archaeology is been understood as a case study. So, the theme of the paper is, in this paper, a distinct genre of collecting will be elaborated, which can be specified as salvaging. Now, if I say what is collecting, to proceed in archaeological or historical academic persuasions, we need to go through material reminiscences. And material reminiscences are mostly deposited and restored and housed in such type of places in a museum or personal repository. So in such museums, um, to collect objects, there are certain types of genres of collecting techniques which are prescribed in museology discourse. But in this paper, a typical type of collecting technique is being displayed, which can be named as salvaging. So what is salvaging? The salvaging method of collecting objects is being done by any of the ordinary individuals who does not possess any academic intention, but on the verge of professional inquisitiveness, collects abundant unearthed material reminiscences scattered around his or her circumstances within a radius distance of 1 kilometer from his or her residence. Now, actually, in most of the cases in archaeology, the individuals or ordinary individuals can't participate much, but on the by the advent of post-processual archaeology, mainly interpreting archaeology by Dr. Ian Hodder, he suggested that no, any kind of ordinary person can participate in archaeology. So in the salvaging method, any ordinary individual can collect that who does not possess any academic intention. On the verge of personal inquisitiveness, if someone is collecting something, so that doesn't go through a proper academic intention. And what is the collected object? Those are abundant unearthed material reminiscences scattered around his or her circumstance within a radius distance of 1 kilometer from his or her residence. This typical format of 1 kilometer is mainly dignified only because the radius of a site, according to site catchment analysis, 10 kilometers from a center radius. So a certain type of cultural reminiscence can be observable. So that is why 1 kilometer, because 1 kilometer, in between 1 kilometer, the context cannot be vandalized 100%. So that is salvaging. The site nutshell: 22 degree 12 minutes and 31 seconds, 0.8 north, and 88 degree 2 minutes 4.8 seconds east. It is situated at the vicinity of ancient port city of Tamlu, which is Tamrolipta, and it is lies at the west bank of the river Rupnarayan. This is the geophysical map, and it came under archaeological exploration and excavations in 1950s and 1970s. Also, after 2010, Dr. Kaushik Ganguly and fellow scholars did enormous number of researches on site of Tomlu. They mainly focuses on the potteries, but no one focuses on the vulnerability, environmental vulnerability of the sites. Now, environmental vulnerability, a threat to the heritage. As we all know that archaeological objects are often unearthed by any kind of academic venture, but vibrant tidal forces of the river Rupnarayan is doing erosional effect on its west bank at Natshan, and that is why in enormous amounts of tangible reminiscences are unearthed daily basis, and they are getting wasted and vanishes actually. So to do this research, we opted some of the adopted methodologies that are like village to village survey throughout the villages of Nakshal, Gyeokhali, Tetulberia, and Mohishadal, and door to door survey at the village of Nakshal. Basically, on the verge of personal interview, while we get we get a name that Mr. Prashanto Mondal of Nakshal does such type of thing. So we visited Nakshal and interviewed him. To authenticize the what can I say, the soil section, we did trial dig at the natural section. There is a natural section where enormous numbers of potteries are there, which can be seen, and by digging a very few centimeters, like 7 to 10 centimeters, we can have pot shards and all. And random sampling technique has been used on the salvaged collection, which is housed in Mr. Prashanto Mondal's house, and those random samples are being numbered by tripartite numbering system. After that, we literature review of the previous archaeological endeavors of the site and its vicinity, because without literature review, we couldn't have a very good outlook of the site and all. And interdisciplinary studies in on epistemological genres regarding Nakshal. Interdisciplinary studies was needed because those type of vulnerability, environmental vulnerabilities are.
So Banerjee, 10 minutes are passed. Only 3 minutes in hand.
Okay, sir. So epistemological genres regarding Nakshal, we did it, and after that, by using Binford's MRT, middle range theory, to get a tentative cultural sequence for the salvage assemblage at Nakshal, West Bengal. And then this is picture of that section. The collection of and some variables. These are the collections which are been housed in Prashanto Mondal's house. In some of the variables that are these objects are mainly from bone bone tool or bone objects. And these are some reminiscences of Neolithic style of objects, whereas in Prashanta Mondal's salvage collection, we got such type of beads. Actually, further academic persuasions are needed to give much more observation on particular layers or topics. Terracotta plaque with Brahmi letters also has been there. Some terracotta remains from the salvage assemblage. This is a kind of amphorae rim from the salvage collection. A fine artifact from the salvage collection. This is a fine artifact. It's very tiny, but needs some good observations in further proceedings. Also, terracotta plate, unidentified letters is there. So, short discussion. So, such type of salvaged collections are mainly get vandalizes because of the discontinuation of context. So the problem is by using Indian Treasure Trove Act 1878 or Antiquities and Art Treasure Act in 1972, government and governmental institutions develop some kind of academic endeavor on such type of collections. But there is a problem that when they acquire such objects, the context totally gets vandalizes because the objects are being transported to a
Kindly
particular
sum up quickly.
a
Time
particular
is
type
over.
of okay sir a particular type of repository. And so the conclusion here has been drawn that without any interventions, if we collaborate with communities, then we can rediscover the heritage value of those objects, and those will not be get vandalized. And this is tentative chronological order of the site nutshell on the basis of tangible reminiscences and acknowledgement. I want to thank Dr. Shahida Ansari and Dr. Boishaki Mitro, and also thank Prashanto Mondal. These are some references which we have used, and thank you.
Thank you very much to the speaker too. Nahid Ahmed has joined. Should I call for the next speaker?
Yes, sir, you can call the next speaker.
Okay. Then I would request Tanmay Sen Gupta for his presentation.
Hello, sir. I'd like to share the screen. I hope I'm audible.
Yes, sir,
Yeah,
you are
definitely.
audible.
Yeah. So good afternoon to the respected chairperson, other dignitaries, and my fellow participants. So today I will be discussing on the shifting cultivation or rub among the Mahadev Koli community. Initially defined as an aimless and unplanned movement, shifting cultivation has referred to as a system where agriculturists relocate the cropping area in favor of a new or previously uncultivated land at regular interval. Often been characterized as the primitive in nature, it is widely prevalent in different parts of the world, especially in the wetter tropical regions and hilly zones, where a land extensive and labor intensive system of cultivation is easy to adapt than the permanent field agriculture. Similarly, in the Indian subcontinent, which comes under both tropical and temperate climate zone, the practice of such cultivation is closely associated with the subsistence of indigenous groups. It should be considered as a highly complex system. Based on the cropping and yield pattern, there is a wide variation of shifting cultivation as shown in the map on the right, which is influenced by the cultural milieu of the ethnic groups and ecological factors of the region they are residing in. Though the historicity of shifting cultivation can be traced back to 9,000 years from the present, the earliest literary evidence in the Indian subcontinent can be traced back to the Satapada Brahman, where it is mentioned that the people used to burn forest lands in the Vedic age so that they can make their land fit for farming. Ashoka's Pillar Edict 5, dated back to 3rd century BCE, suggests that the practice of slash and burn cultivation during the early historic period. The edict orders that the forest should not be set on fire as it may cause any mischief. Now, the adaptation of the UNESCO Convention to promote cultural diversity created a huge impact, which made people acknowledge that cultural heritage is not only about the monument, but it also includes traditions or living expressions. As traditional knowledge and its practice are an indispensable part of ethnic communities' culture, therefore, shifting cultivation tradition should be considered as an important factor for the understanding of social practices and traditional and knowledge of traditional crafts of the communities who are associated with it. As ethnic groups keep their tradition alive by transmitting them to their future generations, the Mahadev Koli, who are one such community, are associated with India's intangible cultural heritage. Originally, they belonged to the Balaghat and Mahadev hills near Hyderabad and later moved to Maharashtra around 14th century CE. After establishing their chieftainship in the northern Konkan, often referred to as the children of hill and forest, Mahadev Koli are presently concentrated in the hilly slopes of the Sahyadri range or on the flat lands close to the forest. Though they were initially worked as an infantry soldier in the British Army, at present they are practicing rough farming, a form of shifting cultivation, and animal husbandry, which are the main source of their livelihood. So the rapid urbanization followed by climate change has resulted in the decline of traditional craftsmanship, and the subsistence of indigenous communities are under serious threat. Therefore, the present study was conducted to document and understand the agricultural pattern, land use strategies, and traditional knowledge system of the Mahadev Koli community who are associated with rub cultivation. As the huge number of Mahadev Koli population are settled in the Trimbakeshwar Tehsil of Nashik district, a systematic village-to-village survey was carried in the selected villages, which are shown in the map. As the myths are considered as an alternative way to look into the history, the folklores associated with the rough cultivation suggest that when Lord Ram entered Dandakaranya, identified that Nasik region to spend his 14 years of exile, Sita's leg was pierced by a bird, which makes her so angry that she burned the whole forest and cursed it to be a barren land. Lord Ram asked her for forgiveness, to which she countered the curse by saying, "Let the land burn, but be fertile at the same time." Since then, it is believed that the people of this land used to cut the trees, burn them on their farming land, and then cultivate. However, the actual reason for practicing of rub farming is as it is economic in nature. On the other hand, poor soil quality and lack of water resources are the reason to practice rub cultivation by Mahadev Koli instead of terrace farming. The process of rough cultivation, which is comprised of 8 different stages, will be discussed in the following slides. The very first phase of cultivation starts with the selection of perfect plot. The plot should be located within 2 to 3 kilometer distance for the easy accessibility and safekeeping of the yield. As farming lands are surrounded by deep vegetation, trees are looked to collect biomass, which are later used for burning purposes. This process is performed in the months of February and March. Then the collected biomass is left to dry approximately for a month or more. It is then mixed with cow dung to prepare dad, which is sprayed all over the cultivation plot. On the auspicious day of Holi, the farmer put it into flames, following which they mix the ashes with the soil, and in this way the nutrients contained in the vegetation are added to the soil, which increases the fertility. This ash is called as rab. Now, tilling of the field helps to turn over the soil layers, breaking down the mud lumps and mixing of rub with soil properly before sowing of the seeds. A penny or seed plantation is exclusively dependent on the prediction of monsoon. However, the seedling transplantation or launi is done within 20 to 60 days of sowing. Though Mahadevkoli farmers sow their seeds in a mixed pattern, where the proportion and types of crop mixture solely dependent on the conventional wisdom. Nindni or weeding is performed after the first shower of the season, when many offshoots from the stumps and the trees come out. It is the most strenuous and labor-consuming task of the rough cultivation, which is performed by human labor. Now, Mahadevkoli farmers perform a traditional song dedicated to their goddess Kansari, the ear-headed goddess, before songni or cutting of crops. Mostly female members of the community are participate in this task. The produced crops are then taken to a threshing yard, which has a cow dung plastered floor with a wooden stump in the middle to tie a kettle. In this task, crops are sprayed over the floor and the cattle are made to walk in a circular path to trample on the grains. Both men and women members participate in the procedure, except for Nangli, as they believe that the women are prohibited in the threshing yard when Nangli is being threshed. To remove the husk from the grains, the Mahadevkoli farmer practice traditional wind grading method. As Mahadevkoli mostly indulge in cultivation once in a year, the safe preservation of the yield is very important. The yield, as per requirement, is stored for their consumption, and the rest is sold to the nearby markets. A considerable amount of grains are stored in cylindrical shaped bamboo baskets called tutak and in small bamboo bins called kanagi. Grains that are to be used as seed for the next farming season are stored in teak wood tree leaves and hung.
10 minutes past.
Yes, sir. And this is the grass residues which are kept in the field. So the Mahadevkoli farmer use different types of iron and wooden implements, which are described as per the chronology of the following slides. The Mahadevkoli farmer observe both Kharif and Rabi agricultural season. However, their livelihood is dependent on Kharif crops. The main crops which are cultivated using Rab technique are Bhat, Nangli, and Vari, which are considered the staple food. Apart from this, they cultivate groundnuts and maize. And during the dry crop season, they cultivate pulses like horse gram, black gram, chauli, and tur. In rough cultivation, due to the constant harvesting, the fertility of soil decreases rapidly, which result in low agricultural yield. To maintain the quality, the Mahadevkoli farmer prefer to use green manures. Since rough cultivation on a same land for successive years decreases the fertility, shifting of the plots after regular interval are considered as the most important part of such farming technique. For Mahadevkoli farmers, the shifting of the plot depends on the fertility of the soil, size, and most importantly, it should be restricted within one's farm. Unlike permanent or terrace cultivation, rough farming is very much labor intensive and carried out through numerous forms of cooperative labor. Mahadevkoli farmers are fully dependent on the concept of family labor. There is no gross division of labor among the Mahadevkoli, and both genders take equal responsibility. However, the women dominate in the strenuous jobs which are spread over the longest part of the farming season. As rites and rituals are an indispensable part of the cultivation tradition, at various stages of cultivation, the Mahadev Koli perform different rituals and associated with their belief and social cultural life. Shifting cultivation has a special significance in the ethos of concerned native societies. Mahadev Koli, being dependent on agricultural, possess traditional knowledge regarding the prediction of rain, agricultural yield, animals, and most of this knowledge is transmitted orally from one generation to another. As the agricultural fields are not far from the settlement, farmers used to build a rudimentary hut next to their field, which serves mainly as a night shelter for watchkeeping. In the rainy season, the farmers live in those huts and shelter their cattle and implements. The huts are either constructed in a regular, rectangular, or circular shape. So domestication of plants and initiation of agriculture is the basic characteristic of Neolithic period. These trains were adapted. Yes, sir. Deccan Chalcolithic site or near the water bodies, and the Western Ghats played a considerable factor in it. The Deccan Chalcolithic Deccan, which heralds the beginning of the sedentary life in Maharashtra, dates between 2200 to 700 BC. The evidence of summer and winter crops from the sites of Inamgaon and Daimama suggests that the food economy was dominated by the agricultural products. Now, if we look at the field sites of the Mahadev Koli population, are same, that is hilly slopes and flatlands of the Sahyadris, to that of the Chalcolithic settlement of the region. Mahadev Koli cultivate rice, millets, and pulses, which they consider as the staple food. The excavations carried out in several Chalcolithic sites of the region had yielded similar evidences. Though Mahadev Koli farmers dig canals from their nearby water bodies to combat water scarcity in the winter. Grains were regarded as the main medium of transaction in the Chalcolithic times. Likewise, the Mahadev Koli follow a barter system where they sell surplus food grains to the local traders, and in return, traditional goods of the same price. The Mahadev Koli folks...
Just give your conclusion.
Yes, sir. To conclude, it is important to mention that any society or culture, however primitive it is, does not remain static. At the age of industrialization, when the society is changing at a rapid pace, the native Mahadev Koli are also adopting supplementary source of subsistence. Therefore, the traditional knowledge of rough farming is gradually declining. Thank you.
Thank you. I would request the next presenter, presenters, Robinson Huidram and Mayangalambam Manibabu, to present their paper.
Good afternoon, sir. I would like to share my screen now. Am I audible, sir? Am I audible, sir?
Yes, Robinson, you are audible to us.
Okay, respected chairperson, organizers, panels, and the fellow presenters, it is my honor to be able to give my research paper in your presence at the first international conference organized by Asiatic Society for Social Science Research. With due respect and without wasting much time, I would like to begin my presentations. So my paper title is Living Traditions of Fishing Technology in the Loktak Lake of Manipur from an Archaeological Perspective. So let me go to the first slide. That is the background of the study. So here, the archaeologists and anthropologists and the ethnographers are familiar with the term ethnoarchaeology, but let me redefine the term once again here to retract it. So when we say ethnoarchaeology, is the study of anthropological evidences of human practices through specific observation with an objective to establish relational analogies pertaining to the probable archaeological sites. So it usually involves observations, recordings, and interpretations of the material cultures of the present societies. Then the subject domains confer to analogical reasonings whereby unknown aspects of the archaeological past are inferred based upon the material similarities with the non-present. So there are two fundamental approaches. The first one is the direct historical approach, and the second one is the general comparative approach. So the first, this is direct historical approach, says that there is an existence of historical continuity of the archaeological past in the present. And the second approach decodes that the identical analogous activities are found in both the present and the past in an environment constraint of a geographical region. So let me move to the next slide. That is, sorry, objectives. So in my research, I have divided the two objectives. My first objective is to give a clear picture of the craftsmanship of the indigenous fishing appliances and their harvesting models of the aquatic faunas. And the second objective is to conjecture the ethnographic postulate concerning the pattern behaviors of the local people in the lacustrine setting. So let me move on the next slide. That is data collections. So here, in order to gather the ethnographic information, I use unstructured interviews in individuals and groups levels and non-participant observations. And all the study sites belong to the peripheral regions of the Loktak Lake. Here in the slides, I'm indicating the, indicating the Loktak Lake here in the, and all the sites are lying on the peripheral regions of this Loktak. So moving on the next slide, let me go to the result part. So as we know that fisher folk in the Loktak has a long history of exploiting the aquatic fishes by updating the traditional ecological knowledge of the lacustrine environment. And all the fishing appliances are made from the locally available raw materials such as wood, then bamboo, then weeds, etc. So fishing is primarily done in the floating weeds. That is locally called as foam in natural, and in man-made it is known as atafum. So this is the fishing gears, all the fishing gears of the Loktak Lake peoples. Here I divided it into two parts. That is, the first one is the active fishing gears, and the second one is the passive fishing gears. In active fishing gears, these are the gears which have to be moved from one place to another in the lake in order to harvest the species. But in terms of passive, the appliances have to be kept in the stagnant position. Due to the time constraint, I will refrain from dividing it into further depth of the manufacturing and the operation of the fishing gadgets. I will just underline the tools names and their intended uses. So the scoop net is used for catching snakehead fishes and the prawns. And the net lifting, it is the most famous fishing techniques done by the women only in the entire world. Its uniqueness is that the women have to row the canoes and have to lift the net while rowing the canoes. So winding gears. Winding gears have two types. The one is ngalong and another one is ngaprumlong. The first ngalong is used for the harvesting of fishes, and the ngaprumlong, it is used for the harvesting of the eel. Let me come down to the passive fishing gears, the FAD. The FAD stands for the fish aggregating devices. So the traditional fish aggregating devices used by the Loktak Lake are two. The first one is the Fum Namba and Injau Sonba. They are both practices in the community level. So the next one is the gill net. Gill net is the netting of the fishes. Then the treff. Treff is that is the using of the bamboo treff. That is kabolu or the taijeplu. That is rectangular or the conical traps. Line fishing is done in the evening hour, and it is mainly done by the men. So these are some of the appliances. The first one is the netting. The next is the traps. This is conical traps. And third one is the net lifting, which is done by the women only. Then the fourth one is the trap. This one is rectangular. Then the last one is the scoop net. So moving on the next slide. Okay, reuse and discard behaviors. All and damaged fishing nets are repurposed into cables with multiple utilities. Another reusable material is that of the fishing traps. It is both used as a shelters for the animals and for the for the feeding wares. Yes. So long lines are another gear that can be revamped or on a regular basis by replacing worn-out components such as handles, barb hooks, and the silkware. So in regard to the wooden gear, prongs are resharpened several over the course of their lifespan. So according to the Meitei traditions, the domestic garbage are disposed on a refuse heap, often situated in the backyard, forming the archaeological record. So unusable appliances generate into fuels and are burned down into acids and alcohols, which are then deposited in the landfills. The ethnographic postulate. So here I postulate three ethnographic. The first one is the settlement site, which is a low yielding site. So it evidences some of the vestigial parts of the broken traps, variegated nets, rusted prongs, switches, cracks, sinkers, sponge spots, and the plastic waste. Then another one is the deposition of the wild fauna in the domestic refuse heap, which is collected during the fishings. And the last postulate is the fishing ground. The fishing ground is the high yielding artifact sites is mostly embedded with the bamboo beads. Then the position of the fishing gears is unused the fishing gears in the lake. Then accumulation of the rock or the bricks, which is also used in the fishing. Construction of the artificial weirs over the shallow lakes. Then lastly, the incidence of the impractical gears in the lake. Okay, then let me come to the discussion part. So the fish offer an essential source of protein for the local dwellers. Debris from such fish bears the utmost archaeological significance, which it reflects subsistence-related pursuits and economic statures. So yet the majority of the fish debris could not hold its nature due to the natural and cultural post-depositional processes. Archaeologists may find challenges to uncover the fish traces. So in such circumstances, the only rational approach to determine the fish consumption or fish activity site is the recovery of the fishing related artifacts. This may be undertaken by verifying the fishing gears recovery. So the assemblies of the fish detritus in the fishing camps differ from naturally deposited sites in terms of taxonomic diversities, abundance, size, skeletal elements, representations, bone domestic modifications, and the bone scatter frequencies. So there may also be differences in the fish debris taxonomy recorded in the different refuse heaps at settlement site because fisher folks at their
3 minutes are remaining now.
extinguisher over their labs. So let me come to the concluding remarks. So while archaeology lacks direct evidences, the study of the material cultures and the pattern human behaviors is dynamic in nature and allows for understanding of the past. It has the potential to establish rational analogies that is source site for fishing behaviors to seen at archaeological sites, which is the prime goal of the current study. So the ethnographic fishers are likely to survive at the lake or its shoreline along even after the fisher folk cease fishing. They will naturally move to the realm of the archaeological context and advance into the archaeological signature. So the current ethno-archaeological study has some relevance in proposing a lake shoreline area that is the Loktak Lake as an archaeological site owing to analogy where someone could find the above mentioned ethnographic features through either exploration or excavations. Therefore, such a study is well-known community can offer the models of archaeological past concerning the social system, economic system, and the political system. So I would like to acknowledge the UGC NetJRF for funding their present work, and thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. Within time, you have presented your paper. I would request the next speaker, Mr. Ritik Pramod, to give his presentation.
Yes, sir. Am I audible?
Yeah.
Yes, sir. 1 second. is my screen visible?
Yes,
Yeah.
Rick, it is visible.
Yeah. Okay, so good morning, one all present here. My name is Ritik Pramod. Today, I'm going to talk about my research project, that is scope of archaeotourism and development of ancient giants of Karnataka. So the aim and objective of my project was to understand the development of ancient Jain sites in Karnataka, understand the scope of archaeotourism, and to create awareness about the neglected sites and conservation and preservation of these sites. So, as you know, tourism is widely recognized as world's largest industries. For many countries and locals, it's a major economic pillar. And India, as a country, has around 40 World Heritage sites, and government have initiated many initiatives like the Incredible India, Atithi Devo Bhava, Swadesh Darshan, etc., in order to attract tourists from all over the world. And Karnataka is a land with rich cultural and linguistic religious ethnicity, and it is most favored tourist destination by both domestic and international tourists, as it offers a multitude of tourism and opportunities. And it lives up to the vision of one state and many worlds. So some of the major sites which we can see in Karnataka are the Bangalore Palace, Hampi, the Bijapur Gold Gumbaz, and the Badami Jain temples. As tourism not only helps the skilled, but it also helps the unskilled workers. It's a major boost for the economy of hotels, transport sectors, homestays, and it also indirectly helps millions to benefit from these schemes. And coming to the cultural aspect, the culture of the food and the festivals also attract many of the tourists. And government spends a lot of money to improve and maintain the infrastructure around these tourist spots. Now coming to understand the meaning and scope of archaeotourism. Archaeotourism is basically an archaeological tourism that have travel that focus on the visiting and experiencing of the ancient sites and historical sites. So the motivating factor behind the archaeological tourism is that people have a very deep interest in understanding about the ancient cultures and historical sites of that particular region. Today, tourism is not merely about visiting a place and taking photographs or understanding a vacation type of holidays. It is more deviated towards understanding the cultural aspect without hurting the community or understanding the proper values that community has to share with the world in a global aspect. And despite Karnataka, have a huge important Jain sites and culture, but despite having a huge tourist potential in the area, the region isn't able to bring in tourists as the government isn't able to create awareness about these particular sites to the general public. So despite having a huge potential, the archaeotourism aspect is not being able to be promoted. So the main aspect of promoting such tourism in the region helps in understanding the Jain culture and helps in the documentation of these public sites. And main aspect of giving proper training to all the stakeholders involved and the youth of the local community who will benefit from these archaeotourism as the development of the sites takes place and the domestic and international tourists comes to this particular region. Now, before moving to the sites, let's understand how Jainism came into Karnataka and the development. So, Jain religion in South Indian context is believed to be introduced by Chandragupta Maurya after his arrival with Bhadrarupa at Shravanabelagola at Karnataka. And it is a very major important site, both famous by the Jains of the Indian community and the international community. Many royal kingdoms like the Rashtrakutas, Gangas, Chalukyas, and Hoysalas, and many of the feudatories also had a huge importance in the patronage of the Jainism and in the spread of Jainism. It is said that there wasn't a single dynasty that never came under the influence of Jainism in the Deccan region when Jainism was at its peak. And as you can see, Jainism had flourished for over 200 years in Karnataka as a vital and powerful force. The dominant place of Jainism within political sphere is very much evident in the abundant epigraphical data that you can see in the land grants given to them by the royal families. And there were numerous monuments in the regions like basadis, temples, statues, which were built to spread the principle and doctrine of Jainism. At one time, the political influence was so much vast that the Jain monks were known as kingmakers. They were the medium between the people and the royal family. And from 12th century onwards, we can see a few decline in the Jainism because of the Lingayat movement that was happening in the medieval period. And since the Lingayats got the royal patronage, many of the followers of the Jainist monks started either losing their patrons or they converted to Lingayats. Now coming to a few important sites in Karnataka, as you can see in the map, for this particular presentation, since we don't have much time, I've taken only 4 sites. As you can see, they are all under the coastal regions, and they are mostly in the trading post or in the trading centers or the trade routes during those periods. Now coming to Chaturmukha Basadi in Karkala. It is one of the Jain temple in Karkala, built during the Santara dynasty, which was a feudatory in those days in the 16th century. The main deity is the Yaksha Padmavati and the 24th Tirthankara, which can be seen in this particular temple. And the architectural style belongs to the Vijayanagara style of architecture. Now coming to the Venur, it was the capital of the Ajila kings, it was a small town in Dakshina Karnataka. It was a major center for Jainism as it is near the coastal region. It had the influence of spreading the Jain knowledge from one region to the other. And as you can see in the photo, the Bahubali statue, it was installed during the 16th century AD. And there are 8 Jain temples in the region. And this place is a foundation where you can see the development of Jain paintings in the terms of murals, wall paintings, or the fresco type of paintings, which we can see in other regions like Ajanta or the Bagh caves. And coming to the Varanga, as you can see, the Varanga is a village in the Udupi district, and it is mainly famous for its Kere Basadi, as it gets the name as it is exactly in the middle of a pond or a lake. So it is known as Kere in the local colonial terms. The Kere is also in the terms of lake or the water body, which it is in the middle of. And it was built during 12th century AD, and it has the idols of 4 Tirthankaras. And coming to the Modabadri, as it is a Jain Kashi of South Indian region, and the famous one is the Savira Kambada Basadi, which is famous for its 1,000 pillars and which derives its name from that particular aspect. And the main deity is the Chandraprabha, and it also has a huge number of Jain monk tombs, which can be seen in this particular region. So as you can see, all these sites have their own importance and cultural aspect, which can be shared to the other regions of the country and the world, which attracts the domestic and international tourists. But unfortunately, these sites gets neglected, or they're only known to the local community. But if the state government or the central government takes initiatives to promote, it will have a huge tourism potential habitats. Now coming to the need and for preservation and conservation of the sites, as you know, the identity of a country and state community comes from its historical and cultural heritage, which is unique to every community. And India as a country has a huge number of monuments and heritage sites, which gets neglected due to lack of funds from the government or due to lack of awareness amongst the masses of the public. This is where archaeotourism plays a very important role, not only in the economic and employment point of view, but it also have a stricter laws and regulations. It creates a lot of information to the public about these particular sites, which in turn usually gets neglected. And it can be a part of an education hub because the government can create museums without affecting the landscapes. It can promote new research and documentation of the Jain culture in the particular region. And travel information centers for tourists can be made in the place so that every community can understand the culture in their own languages. And restoration, which are usually neglected due to lack of fund, can be benefited from this because there will be a
3 minutes
huge
more.
amount of money that can help the government to sustain these neglected sites. So, as for the conclusion, I like to conclude by saying that Karnataka has a huge potential of archaeological and heritage sites, which will play a huge important role in bringing visitors, not just from India, but also from the international community. And Jainism always had a predominant position in Karnataka till its decline in the 12th century AD. And the government at both a state and central level should take measures to conserve and protect the development of these neglected sites. And to conserve and protect of the development, the archaeotourism plays a very important role, not only in increasing the employment and economic value, but it also puts the historical and cultural values of a country in most of its global and international platform. So thank you.
Thank you very much. And I hope Mr. Nahid would have joined.
I think so. He has not joined.
Yeah?
I think so. He has not joined yet.
Okay. Then I would like to open the session for discussions and question answers. So one by one, if we go with the first paper, first presentation, it would be better. So the questions are invited for the first paper, the salvaging the tangible heritage and retaining the past. Okay.
Yeah, I see Dr. Amita has raised her hand. She can ask a question.
Yeah, thank you, Pratishtha. Actually, Subhajit, I have a question from you. Like you mentioned, it's a salvage archaeology, and somebody who is not from the archaeological field, and he just saved the antiquities in his private collection. Then why he didn't contact it to nearby branches of ASI, or he didn't respond?
Because most of the ordinary people doesn't know about acts like treasure trove act or archaeological monuments and art and ancient sites remains act. Such type of acts are not accessible for not accessible, is not been observed by each and every ordinary people now. So that is why most of the people does that.
And when he got aware about this, when then what was his reaction? Because now it is become the matter of the antiquarian law. So I
Yeah.
think you are aware of that.
Yeah. So now, as it is under the publication and academic persuasion, so we are trying to make the registrations of those artifacts and persuasion of academic endeavors will be done on this objects.
Okay. Thank you, Subhajit.
Welcome, ma'am.
Mr. Ashu.
Yeah, thank you, sir. So, Shubhajit, I just wanted to know, since you are talking about the what you call the kind of antiquities that you have been finding. So, is that salvaging means antiquity trafficking? So, the way you have been talking about
No.
the
No,
person
no.
who is actually because antiquity trafficking is something that you keep on taking without knowing, without giving any proper acknowledgement to the authority that you have it. So it is actually hindering the research of that particular site. So
Yeah. So that is why community archaeology comes here to resolve this purpose actually. Like with the help of community archaeology, we can rectify these problems. We can actually salvage these objects from being trafficked. So that is how we can try to help these to not get wasted.
okay, so far as your site is concerned. So since I guess how many of us will know about it? I don't think so. Okay, if you have not been knowing about the site, then it would have been a trafficking ultimately. So how do we able to get to know all about these kinds of things like you came across?
Yeah, so academic publishing is very relevant for this kind of things, because if we do academic publishing, then only this type of salvage collection will not be trafficked by illicit manner and all.
Okay, thank you.
Welcome, sir.
Any other question on this paper?
I don't think so. There are no questions. But
Subro,
I
Rahul here.
Yes, sir.
Subro, what do you think about that actual context? Some people randomly collect that same things. So, what do you think about that context?
Okay, so that is why I have mentioned that within a 1 kilometer radius, because within a 10-kilometer radius we can see that site catchment analysis has been done. So if 1 kilometer of radius is there, such type of rules are there, then we can see that those objects cannot be vandalized totally by using MRT, like literature reviewing of those cultural sequences. We can tentatively identify the layers, and after that we can pursue for further specifications. Hello.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
Okay. May we come to the next paper?
Thank you.
The shifting cultivation among the Mahadev Koli. This paper is open for questions or discussions.
Yeah, so can I ask?
Yeah, certainly. You're welcome.
Yeah, thank you. So, anyway, I just wanted to know what was the essence of Ashokan in edicts when you were talking about in the shifting of cultivation. And
I beg your pardon. Could you please repeat?
yeah, the essence of Ashokan inscription regarding your paper of shifting cultivation.
Okay, so the Ashokan inscription that I have referred, it basically shows the historicity of shifting cultivation or slash and burn agriculture. It's not directly associated with the Mahadev Koli community or the present shifting cultivation, present day practicing of shifting cultivation. But I have used that reference just to show that even now, when I am comparing the present shifting cultivation with the Chalcolithic tradition, it also shows the continuity of that similar kind of agricultural pattern which was prevalent in the early historic period. And the Ashokan...
Please continue.
And the Ashokan inscription, the Pillar Edict 5, it has ordered that not to burn forest land just to make them convert a forest land into a agricultural field. So I just use the reference to show that even in the early historic times, that maybe the shifting cultivation slash and burn agriculture was prevalent.
Okay, fine. So I just adding to that, have you looked upon since you're talking about this Ashokan inscription, so have you looked into the Gatha Saptasati? It also talks about a lot of references to the cultivation, particularly in the Maharashtra region, since you've been dealing with it. So maybe that would be really helpful.
No, I haven't, but thanks for suggestion. I'll definitely look into that.
Yeah, because it is also talking about a lot of trade happening and the cultivation patterns and all. So it might help you.
Okay. Thank you for the suggestion. I'll definitely look into that.
Mr. Tanway, have you gone through the data available from the lake code studies in which they are getting micro charcoal?
No, sir. So,
actually, in the lake profiles, particularly in Ganga Plain and Vindhyas,
Yes, sir.
the micro charcoal appears right from 1300, 1500 BC.
Yes, sir.
And it has been associated with the clearance of forests and lands for certain purpose. We can't say that it is for the zoom cultivation, but it is there, and which culminates later in the zoom cultivation practices. So you may focus on this aspect also, that whether this type of evidence may be used for the calculation of these aspects also. And this is very, very important for the early agricultural studies. In archaeology, you may get only the micro charcoal and deposits of that in different proportions. But since it is being found in the dated context, in the context of so many radiocarbon dates, so we have to take them into consideration. So this is very good that you are studying that, and probably Shahida is with you.
Yes, sir.
And she has done so many studies. I forgot to mention her name, but she is working on these aspects from very early times. Probably I met her in 90s, early 90s, when she was doing this type of work. Not only regarding the zoom cultivation, but also storage of the grains and fruits and so on. So this paper is really very good and very useful for the archaeological researchers and inquiries.
And thank you.
Any other question if you want to ask? Any of you?
Oh, hello, Tanoy. It's me, Robinson. I have a little query regarding, so you are talking about the shitting cultivation, right? So in your paper, I didn't see any, you didn't mention any about the fallow land and all, like how many cycles is there will be there when they shift from the one, say, land to the another, like you didn't mention. So if you have to be shitting cultivation, then.
So, yes, so due to time constraint, I had to skip that slide for that moment. So basically, for the shifting of the plots, those who have abundant number of land, they generally shift their plot every season. So there are examples when the fallow land can be up to 3 to 5 years, and those who have limited resources, they have to continue their rab cultivation on the same plot every year due to their economic constraint.
Okay, and regarding this fallow land, like if you are looking for the archaeological any entities that remains like in the fallow land, then it will be, I think, more for you to understand the cultural remains of the past and all.
Actually, Mr. Robinson, this type of study may be very useful for the northeastern region also, because the practice is still going on, and this is a challenge for the archaeologist how to pinpoint the earlier, I mean to say, the prehistoric or protohistoric activities. If the practice is going on only for one season, the deposit would be very less.
Yes, sir.
And if repeatedly the same site is being utilized for agriculture for 2-3 seasons, it may be a little more.
Yes, actually, sir.
So regarding the northeastern region, it would be very useful to date so many deposits in different areas, because the rate of erosion is also very high because of the heavy rainfall. So
Yes.
I think this is a discipline in which we should put more labor and pains, and we may get very, very important results from there, because there is a discussion going on that whether the Japonica rice came to India from the China to north, southeast, and from there to Ganga plain, or
Yes.
Indica rice reached there in some point of time to this region. And northeastern India is in between, and very less work has been carried out in this respect. Many works are going on, but this is a region which may provide you many clues. So this type of study may be clubbed with the archaeological inquiries.
Sir, I would like to add a little more that I'm working on this purpose, like origin of agriculture in Manipur Valley. That's why I have a little knowledge on this area, and I'm trying to explore more. And regarding this shifting cultivation, I have done dissertation in my MSc, and I have explored some of the places in the hilly areas. And we have published, our teacher has published a paper in the, I think a book chapter in the tribal studies of India, latest in 2020, regarding this remains also. That's why I have a little query on this.
Yeah, this is very good.
Yes, sir.
But what I wanted to point out is that you may not get such early sites comprising a thick deposit of prehistoric and protohistoric period, because the rate of erosion is high and the activity is very temporary in a particular area. So you will have to have a different approach to find out where you can get your evidence, archaeological evidence in proper context. So that is why I pointed out, and this is for you to have such projects in hand and work for your 10 years or 5 years or whole of life.
Yes, I will consider.
Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Robinson, I want to add here one thing. Like, if you will contact Mr. Dr. Manjul Hazarika, he might be help you because he is very active and he is working in that particular area. So you can contact him from Cotton University. Yes, yes, exactly.
I will share.
So, is there any other question on this paper, or should we come to the next paper? So, thank you. Living traditions of fishing technology, another very, very important aspect of ethnoarchaeological studies. And I fully agree that archaeology may not give you many direct evidences regarding the practices of the fishing. So if you have any questions, you're welcome.
Robinson, I just have one question, because Northeast area is very important. As we can see, the living megalithic tradition is there also. So did you found this only in this particular site, or you covered in other villages also? You found this type of remains? Like they were using this traditional technology.
Oh, the fishing techniques.
Yes, exactly.
Okay, ma'am, Manipur is broadly divided into two areas. The first one is the hilly, and the next, the second one is the plain area. So plain areas is mostly, in early period, is mostly covered with the water. So most of the valley region is always covered with the water. But nowadays, some of the areas has already dried up, and there are some places in the southern part of the Manipur. It still remains the ancient lake. So in that particular areas, like I said, there are some few lakes at the present. I mean, that is surviving lake. The Loktak Lake areas, then Phumlen part, and other 2-3 lakes is there, but still some similar technologies is still used in those areas also.
And this is particular tribe who is using this technology.
Yeah, this is they belong to the same community, that is Meitei community.
And what is the name of this tribe?
Meitei community.
Meitei community.
Not the tribe, the Meitei community.
Community. Okay, thank you so much, because one of my scholars is working on that, so it's quite helpful. Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am.
Dr. Amita, I would suggest that if your scholars are working there, you must have a lake core study of this lake.
Yeah, definitely, sir.
Many of the evidences might be embedded below the bed of this lake.
Yeah,
This,
definitely, sir.
yeah, and this type of practices should certainly be clubbed with the archaeological studies, because most of the earlier sites are the early agricultural sites, and the semi-sedentary and sedentary sites
Yes, sir.
have been found along the lakes. So if the archaeologists are only aiming on the archaeological deposits, they may not get the results which are expected. But if you study these practices also, you may get many other important facets opened. For example,
Ye-
I may tell you regarding the Lahura Deva Lake.
Yes, I read your study too for
I
Lahore.
was discussing about that while Professor Irfan Habib was discussing that. In that excavation, we have found a channel, and that channel is pre-3rd millennium BC's context. It may be somewhere around 5000, 4000 BC. And we also got a lot of fish remains there. How they are there and why they are there. If you just study the going on practices in the villages in the Middle Ganga plain, even today, they are just blocking the river, the flow of the flood water, and they are just trapping the fishes. So this will never be found in the archaeological excavations.
Yes,
But
exactly. This is true.
geological studies will certainly provide you these insights. Apart from that, you may know the baskets which are being made in the villages. Beautiful craft is there. They are being put with the different type of colors, and the combination of that provides a very good look, and very beautiful baskets provide them that look. But we can't get that in the excavations, because it's it would be very, very rare to get them preserved in the archaeological deposits. So this type of study is again very, very important. And
Yes.
in particular area of the Northeast, I think you may not get regular deposit along the rivers or on the terraces, but in many times you may get evidence in the lakes or along the lakes. So these studies should be encouraged. Without that, only archaeologists may not get that evidence from that particular area. And even in those areas like Eastern UP, Bihar, and Bengal, because the rate of deposition is lesser, rate of erosion is very high. That is why you are not being able to get any sites in North Bihar or in those areas of Bengal where the areas are under constant flood. But on the ridges which are just adjoining to that, for example, in Bihar, the Manjhi, then Chiran, Ramchora, Chechar Kutapur, and Tonar, all of them are providing evidence going back to pre-2000 BC's context. So this is a challenge for Eastern India to find out where you can get archaeological deposit of that particular early time period. So I again thank you, because your paper is very good.
Thank you, sir.
And for my point of view, it's very, very useful. And what I mean to say is that ethno-archaeology should not be neglected. It should be done along with the archaeological study.
Thank you, sir.
Any other
Thank you very
question?
much. I will definitely add your suggestion for my scholar.
Yeah. Thank you. And now we come to the last paper, which is not lesser important, the scope of ecotourism. Any questions?
Yeah, sir, I just wanted to ask just one thing. How tourism have does tourism have any correlation with the research when it comes to, because yeah, just wanted to know, is tourism have any correlation with research? Pratik, if you can elaborate on this.
Research in the sense, if government takes proper initiative to create awareness about this particular site, there can be research about how that particular region, through chronological order, from which period the development started in those particular region, or it may be known in the academic sessions very little, like in suppose if the sites which I would have mentioned will be known in the Karnataka academic research, but it won't be
Isn't
known in the other parts of the country.
isn't it
Okay.
known by the government itself? That is why you are representing those sites, or you
Yeah.
are showcasing those sites.
Yeah, as a whole, the government can take initiatives and the tourist aspect like that.
Okay, okay. And one more thing, I just wanted to know about this dating. I guess the Jainism part. Since you have been mentioning about the Chandragupta Maurya, I'm little nervous about the datings. Could you please check once? Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
In particularly when you're talking about the Jainism in the southern part, and it should have been developed from the northern region, and it has been shifted towards the south. So the dating might be some issue that you have to look into.
Yeah, sure. I'll look into it.
I think he is depending on the tradition that Chandragupta went there in his older days. But regarding the tourism, I have some reservations also,
Yes.
because this is a new trend which is termed as religious tourism.
Hmm.
These two point of views are in different directions. Either it may be religious pilgrimage or tourism. If a pilgrim is going somewhere, he is going because of its religious importance. So whatever you want to yield from that should be in the direction of tourism of the surrounding areas.
Hmm.
If you will turn a religious center into
A tourist spot.
a tourism center, its spirit will go on, will be lost. And that is happening in most of the religious centers.
Yes, sir.
What is happening in Kedarnath, Badrinath, and many other places, that is just ruining the earlier tradition and spirit of
landscape.
that religious center. So, particularly, I am not convinced that these religious centers should be turned into the economic centers, are the centers are resources for economy.
Hmm.
People go there because of certain beliefs.
Yes, sir.
So, in my view, that should be honored, because these centers were established long ago with certain objectives. So, those objectives and those views should be honored even today if we want to preserve them in terms of their
Religious, cultural aspect.
cultural context. So this is my view.
Yes, sir. Even I agree to that. Because if the cultural aspect is changed, then it just becomes a monument or just a whole heritage, and it's not a living tradition.
Definitely. It should not be, in my viewpoint, because I have been to many of these places and visiting these places from a very long time. I had been to Kedarnath when there were only 50 to 100 pilgrims staying there in one night. But what is happening now? And why Shankaracharya went there? He would have established that dham in Haridwar or Rishikesh or anywhere else. So providing facilities to reach a particular pilgrimage center, in my opinion, is not good for maintaining the religio, cultural, and in some cases even environmental context of the site.
Yes, sir.
So still we have 15 minutes. If you like to discuss.
So we will, if there is no discussion, then we would like to hear you for 15 minutes with your concluding remarks.
Yeah, I think the archaeological inquiries should be planned in a manner that a vision should be behind that. What are the challenges in archaeology? How to address them? How equipped you are? Which team you are having with you? And then you should have a vision plan for the younger generation, I'm saying, for whole of life. If you have 25 to 30 years in hand, you must have a vision where you want to go in future. What are the objectives you want to achieve? And then there should be some shorter projects of 5 years, 3 years, and so on, depending on the fundings and other things and the time to be deputed for the publications. In the first session only, Professors Irfan, Habib are pointing out on the publications, regarding publications. Yes, it is a must to publish your results at least every year in the reports. But it is also important to go through all the reports, because first year it may be something, and in the last year and the fifth year, the results might be changed. So yearly publications are a must, but you should have patience to draw your conclusions, what has come out in the end. But he was talking about that. I must tell you, because now this is the best time to share with you about my views. The rice grain which have been found at Lavradeva is dated directly by AMS method by the Erlangen University. So that is the direct date on rice. And you have dozens of other rice grains there recovered from the same deposit. And other radiocarbon dates are also confirming that, and that the dates are from 3 different laboratories. So regarding the presence of rice grain and rice husk is not disputed. I don't know who was advising him or providing him the material. None of the reports were published in antiquity. The problem is that one of the scholars from UCL, University College London, Dorian Fuller, is saying that yes, I agree with the earliest appearance of rice at Lavradeva. He is also agreeing with the appearance of handmade pottery and the early pottery at Lavradeva in the same context. But what he is not agreeing is that he is saying that these grains are of not domesticated variety. Even he is not agreeing that it is cultivated variety. He is saying that this is wild variety. But Dr. Saraswat, the paleobotanist who studied them, is of the opinion that this is of the domesticated variety. So as an archaeologist, I am not going to discuss these things on the basis of morphological details of the grain. But what, as an archaeologist, I may suggest something that if the pottery, the husk is being used for the tempering of the pottery, it is used in a larger proportion. And if the rice is present there and it is being exploited even in the wilder form in 7th millennium BC, so can it be a static society for the next 4,000 years? There will be no evolution in the practices of agriculture or exploitation of the rice. So as an archaeologist, I am still open. But what Dorian is saying, he is talking on the basis of the genetic studies of the rice, Japonica rice from China. And he is saying that the Japonica rice reached in Ganga plain around 2000 BC. But even he is not having any sample of second millennium BC. His sample is from Mahegara, I know very well, of 1400 BC, not before that. And other two sites are in Maharashtra and Rajasthan. He is talking about Tel and then again from Balathur. So how he is comparing a grain which he don't have in his hands of 7th millennium BC with the 3rd century BC. So this is a view of an archaeologist, not of a genetics science expert. But at the same time, you will have to go through other publications also. He is talking about the diffusionary theory from China regarding the domestication of rice. But others are also publishing, Londo et al. And others from China and all over world. They are giving a different view. They are saying that the domestication of rice might have been at in different areas simultaneously. So these are the points of inquiries which may be addressed in future. Your scholars and you will decide what is the real picture. This is an evidence from one side only. I am not claiming that that is the final. Earlier to that, Professor G.R. Sharma claimed from Koldiwa the same date. And even at that time, that was not accepted. But we should not be always in denial mode. We should have a neutral approach regarding the problems. So this is one thing. Regarding the steatite beads, what he was talking, yes, in the first year when we got steatite beads in the lowest level, we published that. There was nothing to hide. But later on, when we interacted with Vidale and Kenoer and so on, we re-thought about that. We reanalyzed the situation. It is quite possible because the measurement of those beads are very small. They are micro to the larger size. Larger is also very thin because that might be around 5 millimeters. So that might percolate to the lower deposits because of the human activities in this area. But again, I am not closing that chapter because at Jhusi, Allahabad University excavated there, and they also got the steatite beads in lower deposits. Their opinion is based on the study of Harappan sites. Since in that area, steatite bead is not earlier than 4th millennium BC, they are saying that how can it be in Middle Ganga plain? But we should not forget that steatite is available in Himalayan zone also and in the Vindhyan zone also. What we are lacking is that we don't have any evidence that it was being exploited in 4th or 5th millennium BC. So at the moment, we are placing steatite beads somewhere around 3rd millennium BC, not in 7th or 6th millennium BC. And we are keeping open this question for the future inquiries. So regarding archaeological inquiries, you should have your objectives in hand. Regarding iron, what he was talking about, we were not chasing the antiquity of iron at all. We were having a different objective for Raja Nalkatila in Vindhyas. We excavated that. But when we got iron in the deposits which were supposed to be dated to 1300 BC, we did not leave that at that place. We got some radiocarbon dates from two laboratories, Birbal Sahni Institute and PIL. It was the same 1300 BC what we were calculating on the basis of stratigraphy and associated material. The questions were very obvious that why this evidence is at only one site. Why not at other sites? So we again chased that question, and we excavated 2 more sites in the meantime at Jhusi, iron was again dated to 1100 BC. So then we were excavating Dadupur, and then excavated Sonik and many other sites, and the results were providing us dates for iron ranging between 1300 BC to 1700 BC, not 2000 BC. Those are the calibrated ranges from 1800 to 1500 or 1700 to 1500, but we are not claiming that it is 2000 BC. After that, a paper was published in a journal from Delhi University, which was edited by Professor Shimali, in which Professor Mandal challenged these dates. And the answer was given in Man and Environments, one of the public issues. And you may note down this, that the Wheeler was the first person who dated iron in later context. Before that, the iron was being considered as the earliest contribution from the India itself. Even in Damask, the Damask sword was very famous, and the iron was being supplied from the southern India. So the latest dates from even Charsadda or Peshawar, on the basis of which Wheeler had claimed that it should be somewhere around 600 BC or so. The recent dates published in Bar publications by Cunningham and others, and some Russian scholars who calculated again on the basis of the stratigraphy and associated pottery, it is 1300 BC. And then it is from Pakistan to India all over. The date has been shifted back to at least 1300 BC, and at some sites it is pre-1500 BC. Dr. Rajan got some artifacts dated from America or Korea, some laboratory dated. They extracted the micro charcoal from the core of the artifact, and the dates are 1300 and 1600 BC, mind it. From Andhra, again the date is 1300 to 1500 BC. So in all over India, you are getting earlier dates for iron. And as far as Dr. Koshambi is concerned, D.D. Koshambi is concerned, with due regard, I would say that he just calculated on the basis of the data which was available for him in 50s. Now the things are changed. Hundreds of sites which are datable to pre-1000 BC are known in Ganga Plain, right from Western AP to West Bengal. So how can we believe that it was the Aryans settled down in 700 BC or 800 BC? They just cleared the forests and then they occupied this particular part of land on a large scale. So in archaeological inquiries, we should not be biased. We should not have any preconceived views, but always be ready to accept the evidence which is coming in your excavations and in your investigations. Only then you will be able to say something which is new, but supported by the evidence. I think it's fine, and the time is also...
Yeah. Thank you so much, sir, for your such
Thank you, sir.
an enthralling speech, and also letting us, motivating us, and letting us know that we need to accept the differences, and we have to know these archaeological inquiries, giving us more ways to it. Thank you for your time, sir. And I would request all the presenters and organizers to turn on their cameras for group photographs. Kindly please turn on your cameras. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you everyone for joining us today.
Okay.
And we will be starting up with our next session in next 5 minutes. Thank you all for joining us today. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir, for your time.
Thank you, sir.
Welcome. You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Professor Rakesh. This was seriously very knowledgeable. I'm also working in iron metallurgy in Garhwal, Himalaya. I hope you are getting my voice properly. So I just for 2 minutes, because we have 5 minutes starting the next session. So
Okay.
I found many smelting sites there. Even the slag is missing. I just found few slags on the smelting site in Garhwal, Himalaya, but I'm trying to date. So soon might be the dates will be changed because we didn't have dates from Garhwal, Himalaya, for particularly in the sense of iron.
Yeah, you have dates. You have
From
date
Kumaon.
from one side from Kumaon,
Yes,
and then
but not
again
from
from
Garhwal.
the up hills of Joshimath. That site is the known as megalithic site is also there.
Malari?
Malari, and probably
But
one date is also there. Probably.
It's just the date for 300 to 100 BC for the
Okay.
cave burial
Okay.
dates, but not
Okay.
for particularly iron is smelting, because
But
I'm
I
working
am
on that.
sure that the iron ore available in Garhwal was
Yes,
exploited much earlier, and that may be one separate zone for the extraction of iron from the local source. And I am of the opinion that the contacts from Garhwal to Tibet might have been much earlier than what you are calculating at the moment. Not
yes,
earlier than
exactly.
1000 BC, but it should be much earlier than that.
Yes, exactly, sir.
Yeah.
Might be in
But
few
Garhwal
years.
is a difficult terrain. I have
It's
been
very
there for a
difficult.
longer time period.
Yes, I knew, sir, because
Okay.
firstly, Professor Nautiyal suggested me because he was my
Yeah.
supervisor there.
Yeah.
So I read all of your papers on iron and
Oh,
yes,
I
yes,
am
yes.
happy to
Because
know. But another line of inquiry might be in the Spiti Valley, where Nautiyal was working earlier, and the
yes,
date
yes.
for the copper smelting is going back to about 6th, 7th century BC. But
600,
there
yeah.
is a possibility of getting more evidence on that particular route, which is connecting Tibet with the Spiti Valley, and beyond that, it connects Srinagar Valley through Janskar Valley. So there are so many fields to work.
Yes, exactly. Because I'm particularly working in archaeometallurgy. So
Okay, that is very good. That's very good.
that's why I collected most of the data from Garhwal, Himalaya, like slag and mining samples, and then I scientifically analyzed them. And now I'm just waiting for datings, because my PhD is
What type
already
of date?
published.
It is on the associated material or from the artifact itself?
No, I have collected the OSL sample from the smelting sites, and now I'm just waiting for the dates, particularly for the gravel deposit, which I have collected for the OSL dating. Now,
Dr.
particularly for
Amita,
copper.
Dr.
Yeah,
Amita, I'm sorry to
yeah,
interrupt, but we have a session ahead.
yeah.
Yeah,
Sure.
but
I'm
I
so
would like
sorry.
to
I'm so
say
I'm
sorry.
one
sorry, sir, we
sentence
have a
only.
session.
I would like to add only one sentence that
Yes, sir.
Dr. Gupta, the
Yes, sir.
OSL dates are good, but you should try to extract micro charcoal from the artifacts itself.
I'm trying to extract from the slags.
Yeah, you may get.
Yeah.
You may.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. And we may discuss later on because your session is in. Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. So now we will begin with our session 3, which is on megaliths and monuments. This session is chaired by Dr. Arjun R. So we can begin with that. Arjun R is an assistant professor in the Department of History and Archaeology, Central University of Karnataka. He has PhD from the Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, Pune. His area of specialization is in prehistoric archaeology of central southern Deccan Plateau and western Ghats of Karnataka. He has research projects from the globally competent institutions such as the National Geographical Society, Washington, D.C., Victoria and Albert Museum, London, Luigi and Della Piccola Foundation, Scotland, and Indian Council for Historical Research, New Delhi. He has published 30 research papers in national and international peer-reviewed journals and nearly 50 lectures and presentations in professional seminars and workshops. So we welcome you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction. So let us start.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
So the first
I'm audible,
presenter.
right? Clearly?
Yes, sir, you are.
Yeah. Yeah. Hello. Good afternoon, all. The third session of the day. It's on megaliths and monuments. We have about 5 papers, starting with the case of Humayun Tomb, India, and almost 5 papers. It ends with the memorial stones of Gujarat. Yeah, to be very precise, I think megaliths and monuments is a quite interesting theme where you will try to understand and know a broader picture about the very scope of the megaliths, and megaliths being itself a monumental for different functionalities such as the mortuary practices. There is always a debate in certain aspects about how this monumentality, or the very idea of monumentality and the use of rocks or non-perishable materials for the construction of monuments might have continued, vice versa with megaliths or with the monuments, and further leading to complex and elaborate architectural developments. So in that scenario, we can say megalith, a basic menhir, starting with a basic menhir, probably going back to the Neolithic period, and even recently constructed monuments such as Taj Mahal, they also fall into the category of megaliths, but in a different monumental and architectural and cultural contexts. So I think with this brief introduction or brief background, we can call upon Ms. Neha Geeta Verma.
Yes, sir. Sir, I'll be sharing my presentation. Just a minute.
Yes, Ms. Verma. So Neha Geeta Verma will be presenting on Fractal as an approach to comprehend decorative pattern designs, a case study of Humayun Tomb, India.
Yes.
And I also hope the other speakers such as Garima Singh, Oshin Prashant Kumar Bamb, Sayan Roy, you're all there, right?
Sir, am I audible?
Before
Yes,
starting,
Neha,
I
you're
want to tell
audible.
you, just a moment. Before starting, I want to tell you, you have 13 minutes to present.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. So
So
shall
you
I
will
start?
get an alert by 10 minutes.
Yeah, sure. I'll
Okay.
try to finish the presentation by then. Okay. So, hello everyone, good afternoon. My name is Neha Geeta Verma and I'm a research scholar in IIT Kanpur. I'll be presenting my presentation regarding the paper of Fractal as an approach to comprehend decorative pattern design, a case of Humayun's Tomb, India. So, pattern is a fundamental concept in Mughal art and architecture that the simple pattern generates the huge artistic forms. Mughal art and architecture is known for the spectacular formation choreographed by the pattern, geometry, and scaling, which follows a similar unity of style. Their antipathy towards the iconic representation opened out the several directions of the Mughal artisans. Considering this paper uses geometry as an ordering paradigm to study the complexity of the Mughal architecture through the fractal approach of geometry. The study aims to dwell into the fractal aesthetics of the Mughal pattern that pursues a different notion of self-similarity, simultaneously incorporating motif at multiple, often infinite scale within the patterns. So, first I'll just discuss what is fractal. So, fractal are basically infinity complex patterns that are self-similar across a different scale, and they are created by repeating a simple process over and over again in an ongoing feedback loop. And in regard of art, the representation of fractality is not only limited to only one field or genre of art. We can see the attempt to express the chaos of the forms throughout the human past and human creation, from ancient Hindu temples to the interior of main dome of Selimiye Mosque of Turkey to the Australian Aboriginal paintings, which dating back tens of thousands of years, which clearly suggests that fractality in art is the application, which clearly suggests the application of fractality in art. Geometry as a concept has been widely used and always attributed as an essential element in a different art form. The fractal is a theoretical framework that defines the united forms and patterns previously considered too complex to describe. The Fractal Geometry of Nature, a book by Manuel Mandelbrot, brought a revolution, opening a new era of geometry based on the study in a diverse area of science, philosophy, and art. It promotes a new mathematical and philosophical synthesis. Mughal architects use the fractal system in so many various applications, which reflects the great importance of the fractal system and technique within the architectural design process, starting from the very small details like the mosaic ornaments or the arabesque handcraft, passing by the architectural opening, arches, etc. And it leads till the urban urban fractals, which appears in the urban morphology and the fabric and context. So I'll be discussing two research questions, which I have discussed in my paper as well. But I'll be discussing first research question properly and the second a little bit in brief because of the time. So these are the two research questions. First is the nature of the relationship between the fractal geometry and continuous decorative symbolic expression of Mughal architecture. Second question is how the religious ontology is integrated and epistemized into the structure through the decorative components and stylized expressions. This principle of geometry extended to the design of the Mughal architecture, both religiously and non-religiously, leading to the richness in the religious symbolism. These, the paper is kind of interviewing, can the same be said about the use of the fractal pattern within the cultural, religious, and artistic context? I have followed both quantitative and qualitative research approaches in my research, in my paper. I have used the literature review of historical text and research paper to understand the religious ontology and theological aspect of the religion, and the fractal process, where I have used the box counting method to analyze the fractal dimensions of the particular structure of the architecture of Humayun's tomb as a case study. And for box counting method, I have used software called ImageJ, which generally in the earlier paper, earlier related paper also researchers have used. I have used a similar process in the paper. The Humayun's tomb is one of the earliest extant example of the garden tomb characteristics of the Mughal architecture situated in Delhi, India. This tomb architecture is a template of a later Mughal architecture. This plan is literally translated as a 8 paradise. The structure includes 4 Ivans and the 4 grand opening on the 4 sides, 4 corners of the rooms, and on the and the dome on the top. This kind of plan often discussed in as a Hast-Bahist plan in the Persian language, and the 8 that's literally called as a 8 paradise, including 8 paradise plan, which includes the Charbagh garden plan as well. This kind of plan is often discussed. Sorry, I have just mentioned it. The aerial view of Humayun's tomb shows the extensive use of geometry, and Persians mostly conceived the idea of paradise and shaped it as a physical reality of a garden, as a metaphysical idea of afterlife. What they call it as a paradardia, which means walled garden, was imagined as a walled enclosure and enclosure of an earthly representation of heavenly place. Humayun's tomb is set on an enormous platform of a great height. In the middle, similarly like the Babur's garden, the structure is almost same. And this is also an arrangement of the channels which divide the garden into water channels, which divides the whole garden into Just a minute. Garden into many quarters, which explores the art of geometry as a harmonious infinity of design in Mughal architecture, in this particular architecture. So the use of fractal geometry in Humayun's tomb. Analysis of the fractal dimension in Humayun's tomb architecture have been applied. I have applied in the paper in a 5 different levels. First is the landscape, elevation plan, building structure, ornamentation, lactic patterns, and jali patterns, and in the 2-dimensional space. Humayun's tomb is the finest example of the architecture and expresses the fractal geometry as a similar Charbagh plan, which follows later in the history of Mughal architecture. So what I have done here is I have put these particular images, which you will be seeing further, in the particular software which I have mentioned before, ImageJ, and it will give the concluded analysis of a dimension, of a fractal dimension of the particular image. So these are the levels which I have discussed, analyzed in the paper. Okay, so according to the Mendelberg, the fractal shapes can be described through an actual number that has been valued between 1 to 2, which explains the complexity. It determines a fractal dimension. The fractal dimension value depicts the level of intricacy and irregularity in pattern structure. The higher value of fractal dimension is due to the more intricate detail in the architecture forms. It is generally observed that the fractal dimension of 1 to 2 is proved in the building, and the above observation determines some of the essential feature of the Mughal architecture. The aerial view of the structure divided the whole plan into many different squares, and every small square reflects the same pattern as the entire landscape plan. So then the Mukharnas patterns, which are like the false ceiling patterns inside the architecture, like the first image which I have seen here on the screen, are entirely use the geometric pattern that repeats the primary shape in the various geometrical rhythms to create an overall pattern. The level of fractal intricacy affects the statics value in the particular structure of the architecture Okay, so these are the 2 findings, which are like, first is the finding from the first research question, and second is from the religious perspective of the religious ontological perspective. So both perspective kind of, in both of the finding from the fractal analysis and the religious ontology talks about the similar context about the infinity. The structural order of this particular Mughal architecture shows that the whole structure of Humayun's tomb is based on the several iterations to reach on a final form. Therefore, it acts as an excellent example of the architectural design based on the fractal geometry that conjugates its philosophical reflection of heaven and infinity and other associated concepts as well. The above paper, the paper presents the structure of Humayun's tomb, follows the infinity variation based on the fractal characteristics. These fractal patterns are too complex to appear similar at the all magnification level. Therefore, fractal are often considered infinity complex patterns, and these patterns are characterized by the
10 minutes are done. Please
okay. I'll just, one slide is left. I'll just try to conclude it. The above study, the brief idea about the interconnection between the fractal theory and the religious ontology of the Mughal architecture is that the fractal characteristic and the finding derived from the religious theology simultaneously talks about the infinity in regard of the case study. The structure reveals the executiveness of the Humayun's tomb design as an organized and ordered complexity based on the fractal geometry. As a conclusion, this study attempts to initiate a brief discussion about the presence of fractal geometry in Mughal architecture. Their interrelationship has renewed their understanding of an enormous structure fold by fold. Most of the structure of the tomb followed a implication of the fractal form, and the probable reason behind the fractal have a role of a play in usage of these pattern, and this paper is effort to highlight them. For further studies, I will follow for fractal geometry and the three-dimensional forms of the building and elevation and the floor plans or the opening scale, etc. To take this topic further in future studies. Thank you. These are the references for the paper. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Neha Gita Verma, for keeping the time. And I hope if there are any questions, you can put it in the chat box and we can take up a bit later at the end of the session.
Thank you, sir.
So, yeah. Yeah, so next we have a paper presentation by Garima Singh on Narmadeshwara Temple, Oil, District Lakshmipur, Kheri, Uttar Pradesh, a preliminary study. Garima Singh?
Good afternoon, everybody. Unfortunately, my camera isn't working. I hope that's okay. I'm trying my best.
I hope you.
Am I visible? Yes. Am I audible?
Yes, Ms. Garima. I hope you are also using PPT.
Yes, yes. Just give me a minute, sir.
Okay, you can start now.
Yeah, 1 minute. I'm trying to share. Is my PPT visible?
Yes, Garima.
Okay. A minute. It's visible, right?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, you can
Okay.
start now.
Okay, so my name is Garima Singh. I'm currently pursuing my PhD from Deccan College, Pune. And today I'm going to talk about the temple called Narmadeshwar Temple. When we talk about the temple in India, we have distinctive style. These are three types of styles we know. One is Nagar and second is Ravada and Vesara. When I'm going to discuss about this particular temple, we see it doesn't look like the usual temple we all have seen in the past and present. Since this temple was built during the Nawabs, but it was basically built by a Hindu ruler in the region called OL. It's a very small town close to the Lakhimpur district. And the temple is commonly known as Medhak Mandir because of its distinctive style. I will be showing you in the next slide. As we all can see, that's how the temple looks from outside. It's known as Medhak Shiv Mandir, but in literature, it has been mentioned as Narmadeshwar. This is the study area. In the map, you can see here, this is the district of Lakhimpur Kheri. And it is the northernmost district of Lucknow division, and it is situated in the sub-Himalayan belt bordering the territory of Nepal. And this is the Google Earth image of the temple. Here we can see the aerial view of the temple, and this is the surrounding small village. So my research problem of this studying this temple is that we don't have literary evidences. It's just a 200-year-old temple. It was built by a royal who's still residing in the town. And the unique architectural features which we are going to see is basically in India, we have distinctive style, we have terminology for every architecture, but this particular temple is the amalgamation of Nawab and the Nagar style of temple architecture, and the indigenous iconographical representation is there, which I tried to study in detail, but this study is basically an attempt to document all the icons decorated on the walls of the temple. Rather, I am hoping that I will get some suggestion from the audience. Uh, Starting with the history of the temple, I have already mentioned it was built by the royals of old state in between 1860 to 70. We still do not have the specific date, but it is believed it was built on a Manduka Tantra, and king built this temple because the subject of this town, they were suffering from a severe drought at the time. And the similar story goes with the Imambara of Lucknow. If we closely look at the architectural features of the temple, we can relate with Imambara of Lucknow All these flanking towers are similar to the Lucknow Imambara. Even the flanking designs over the walls of the temple is more or less similar to the Imambara, since it is made of lime and mortar and the stucco icons are there. And the shikhar, especially of this temple, is surmounted by lions. It's here we can see, and finial is made of brass, and figure of Nataraja can be seen. And due to it, since it's a 200-year-old temple and not much of restoration is being done, so the figure has been fallen out. And talking about the architecture feature, we see the high plinth of the temple. It's almost 100 feet, 150-meter height, and there are two-story towers like huge structure and four corners in the middle of the temple circumferences. So the huge tower-like structure denotes to common people, and I'll be showing in the other picture. On the eastern side of the temple, we have a school for girls, and on the western side, we have priest house. If we see in the detail, this doesn't look like a shikhar of a temple. More or less, it looks like a dome. And the similar type of paintings are done in the Imambara of Lucknow. Unfortunately, I forgot to put pictures of Imambara, but those who have visited Lucknow Imambara, they can totally understand that the similar kinds of paintings and designs are being done in the Imambara. So, coming to the next slide, this is the sanctum arch. Here we can see Toko inki sharan mein aave, taake sab kasht mit jave. That means uh, maybe it's a line from Ramcharitmanas where they are trying to say that whomsoever comes to the sharan of Lord Shiva, all the sorrows goes away. And when we look at the arches, it's very similar to the Shah Jahan's cuts, and these are basically found in the Red Fort, Lal Killa of Delhi. And here we see the Sopas, four-air staircase leading to the main sanctum sanctorium, and that's how the Garbhagriha looks from inside. It doesn't look like a typical temple as we all know in India. Here, Nandi is sitting beside the Shivaling, and it is believed this Shivling was brought out from Banasurpati Narmadeshwar Narmada Kund, and that's how this is one of the very interesting floral motif I found on the wall of the temple. This is very similar to the Itmaduddaulah tomb in Agra. Whoever has visited, they can totally relate with this painting that we have the similar type of floral design on the Itmaduddaullah's tomb. And that's how it looks from outside. As we can see, the modern paint is being painted on the wall. And one interesting feature of the temple is that right next to the sanctum we have a well. And fortunately, I found the plan from the State Archaeology Department, and it is believed that temple is being built on Tantrism, so which came into prominence after 8th century AD. So these use of sacred geometry and Tantrism, we know that it emerged as a world-affirming path to salvation. And if we look at the plan, the temple, the yantra, composed of square enclosure, and that marks the sacred space in the center, and that is sanctum. And the concentric circles here we see, these are the triangles, the upwards and downwards, and rings of the lotus petals. I was fortunate enough to find the aerial view of the temple. As you all can see, this is the frog, and the entire temple is located on the back of a frog. Here the other two legs of the frogs are not that visible since the picture is not that clear, but that's how the temple looks like. And we can see the temple looks like a Safdarjung tomb in Delhi because it is contemporary to that period. That's how the Pranala looks. The water drain is coming out from here, and the water is being collected. That's how the sopans and staircase leading to the sanctum looks like. We all have those who have studied temple architecture, they know that most of the time in South Indian temples we have Vyala pictures, Vyala images are there, but it's not very idealistically being done, but somehow it has mixed elements of everything in this temple. And these are the flanking towers. There's an interesting story about this tower is that ASI tried to conserve this temple, but unfortunately the royals who are still residing in the town, they're not letting ASI to conserve it. When they did this original sort of lime plastering thing, they realized that they are not using cement the way royals have authorized the modern workers to do. So they asked ASI to move out, and they did not entertain ASI. So as we all can see, that's how the monument is suffering. And these are the features of on the wall. We can see, we in local language we call it tak, but we all know it's a niche, and then it's flanked by again the Mughal arches, and then we see the well preserved painting on the wall. And that's how the exterior wall is studded with the sculpture of deities set in niches and decorated with exquisite floral work. Now, talking about the ethnographic review, I have tried to document in three categories. One is Shakti, and another one is Lord Shiva's family. And there are many icons which are into miscellaneous because I was unable to identify for I could not find the related stories. So we see the compositional similarities in all the figures on the wall, all over the temple walls, and there is indigenous style of local artists can be seen. So if we look at this picture closely, we see Chinnamasta who severs her own head to convey the futility of egoistic thought and to recreate that destruction leads to regeneration. And there
Garima,
are, yes, sir.
you have to conclude.
Yes, yes, I will. So these are other figures we see. It is believed that this figure is some sort of Kali representation because we see here a demon is lying down and she's trying to take out the intestines of the demon. And the similar figures can be seen. Uh, yeah, 1 minute. This is the figure of Durga holding trident and Saraswati, and then we have Lord Shiva's son Kartikeya and Ganesha sporting Mukuta, and we have Bhairav. And one interesting thing I found during the study of this temple is that we have Shiva here, but when we look at this other picture, this Bhadrakali, uh, we find it states the overriding cosmic power of Devi. But here we see the Shiva. So Shiva is holding severed head as a belt, and it symbolizes individual karma for which he has cut free the owner of and granted itself. And these are miscellaneous icons I have found. Varaha image we all are aware of third incarnation of Vishnu mentioned in the Bhagavad Purana, and it is supposed to carry a musal, but here we see it's holding a trident killing a demon. And another interesting picture is that two Varahas are fighting together, and Narsimha and Krishna avatar is there. And another interesting fifth incarnation of Vishnu, Trivikram. We all are aware of the Vamana story. I'm not going into detail. And I could not identify this particular picture as all we can see is that the destruction by the visitors. And a very interesting representation of Hanumana is being done here. So worship of Hanumana or Anjaneya, the aid and devotee of Ram, the hero of Ramayana with the characteristic tail as we can see here. So the representation of Hanumana found supports in Varaha Purana as well. Another figure. These are original painting, and it's as we all can see, it's written Jasoda. So it is believed that Yashoda is carrying child Krishna, and here are very interesting images which I was unable to identify the royal images, and very interesting figure can be seen from.
Garima, time is up.
Yes, it's the last slide. So when
Okay.
we look at these two ladies, I took this picture from a Basori painting, and we see the similarity since the royals of the family belonging to the Rajasthan Charman dynasty, and it is believed that they were the Chaudharis under the Sayyids of Khurd in oil district, and they are supposed to be Sipahis guarding the towers. And another interesting monument right across the temple was this girls' school, which is in abandoned condition right now. And the Raja who is still residing right next to the temple, that's how their abode looks like. And when I was going through the details of the temple, I realized that we do not have a particular style when we discuss about this temple. The specific meaning in such iconography is very difficult to interpret, and we see a lot of Islamic architecture being added into the temple, and the temple is moving picture of living culture of this town. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Ms. Garima. Yeah, we have next paper by Kalam Langla.
Yes, sir.
Lanka.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Scalam
So
Lungala.
she will be, yeah, pardon. So she will be presenting on megalithic monuments of Zam Nagas in Peren district, Nagaland. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
You can start.
Yeah, I'll quickly share my screen. Is my screen visible, sir? Hello?
Yes, it is visible, Kalam.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Kailam Lungalang. I'm a research scholar from Nagaland University from the Department of History and Archaeology. This afternoon, I'll be speaking on the topic megalithic monuments of Zemis in Peren district, Nagaland. To start with, megalithic traditions in the context of Nagas, it holds a prominent place as it is erected in large numbers until recent times. And like the other tribes of Nagas, the Zemis also have a very rich tradition of erecting stone structures, which is found in and around the village vicinity. Some valuable works have been carried out by the British ethnographers and also the local scholars. Sorry. The Zemi Naga is a sub-tribe of Zeliangrong from northeastern states of Nagaland. The ethnographic study was carried out in two Zemi villages, that is number one, Old Poilua, and the other is Old Peren, which is located in the southern part of Nagaland. Old Peren is situated at an altitude of about 1,445 and Old Poilua about 1,662 meters above sea level. And during my fieldwork, interview was conducted with the elders, and each monument was measured, photographed, and marked using GPS. So this is the map of Nagaland, and I'll be talking on this part of Peren, the southern part of Nagaland. So now let's look into the types and functions of monuments which are found in the two sites. The first one is the menhir, and the local name is chusum. So these are standing stones in single or in pairs. So the larger one representing the man or the male figure, and the smaller one representing the female or the wife. The second one is the stone platform. The local name is Rene. It comes in different shapes like a circular, rectangular, and trapezoidal. So in Peren village, the platform is associated with memorials only. And whereas in Poilua village, it is associated with commemorative and also memorials. And it serves as a resting place for the people coming from the field. And inside the village, it serves as a gathering place for peer groups. The next one is village gate. The local name is Kire. So these are the well-fortified village gates. It is made of huge stone boulders and pebbles from the nearby river, and a huge plank of wood to close the gate. So there are two village gates in Old Peren and 4 in Old Poilua. The next one is circular stone. The local name is called Hedwa. So this circular stone structure is made in the shape of a barn. A barn is a place, where the rice is stored. So it is constructed by an individual who acquired the highest yield in the previous year. So some other miscellaneous stones includes stone receptacle. So it is like a cist-like structure constructed besides the village path and on the way to the field. So it is a place for the hunters, while coming back from their hunt, they cut a small piece from the game and they place it inside the cist as a ritual. And the other one is the Warhead Stone. It is a stone slab placed over buried heads brought by the hunters during the head hunting days. The next one is Oath Stone. So it is also a slab placed over some boulders. It is placed besides the village path, and in times of disputes between parties, between two parties, an oath is taken from this stone. And the next one is Putting Stone. It is a spherical boulder, and the local name is Tsugi, which is kept in almost all the Morong. And in festivals, the men use it for putting their weight. The next one is Pig and Tortoise Stone. So these two stones is believed to, the stone, it is a belief that the tortoise and the pig, it turned into a stone. So these are some of the images from Old Poilua. The menhirs, the standing stones, have been constructed after the completion of Feast of Merit. The larger one representing the male figure, and the smaller one, which we can see in the right side, it represents the female figure. The next one is the sitting platform, which is constructed overlooking the field. And yeah, it's a sitting platform. It is constructed in memory of his mother. The next one, this picture is a circular sitting platform, which is constructed in Old Perrin. And another standing stone is a commemorative commemorative stones. So this is the circular stone, as a rough sketch of a circular stone structure, which is constructed on the way to the field. And this kind of structure is usually found constructed on the way to the field, or on the way to the adjoining way to the next village. So this is the fortified village gate. The first one is from Old Perrin, and the second is from Old Poilua. So now let's look into the distribution pattern of the megalithic monuments. So the monuments can be erected as per the builder's preference, wherever he wants. However, permission has to be obtained from the landowner, and usually such request is not rejected by the landowner. And in some cases, it is not compulsory. However, in some cases, the builders have to, after completion of his monuments, they give a token of gratitude to the landowner. However, when look upon the location of the monuments, like the menhirs and sitting platforms being constructed on the hills, mountains, nearby natural ponds, besides the village path, and in close proximity to the kilns and clans, we see the preference being in a place where people could easily see their monuments, which draws their significance to several distinct landscape reference. So this is the settlement pattern from Old Perrin village. The lower part is the settlement area, and the upper part is the way to the adjoining village. And this is another map from Old Poilua village. So the upper side is the habitant area, and the lower part is on the way to the field. So we can see that most of these megaliths have been erected or constructed on the way to the field. So now let's look into the socio-economic formation of the Zemi society. The primary unit of the social organization among the Zemi is the nuclear family, which is known as Kalak in local dialect. And the next unit is the lineage, and the next one is the clan. So, in different lineage, they comes together to form a clan. And the clan, it is a cooperative and reciprocal, and it helps being, being meted out in times of need, like festivals, or in assisting feast, and in times of building houses, and also in terms of matters like matters concerning the defense of the village. And another important unit is the KEL. So KEL, it not only acts as a special unit subdividing the villages, but also it helps in proper working agent of the village. So a KEL could be an amalgamation of many clans or few clans. So in each KEL, there exists one common dormitory, and normally in large village, it is divided into the upper, middle, and lower KEL. So the economy of the Zeme is dependent mainly on the agriculture, which can be divided into terrace cultivation and the drum cultivation. And in Poilua village, it is the people cultivate mainly terrace, and in old parent village, it is mostly the people are engaged mostly in drum cultivation because of water. So the main crops in terrace cultivation is rice, whereas in drum cultivation, along with rice, crops like millets, job steers, maize, and other vegetables like taro, beans, chayote, etc. are also grown. So work gangs are made up of kinsmen, neighbors, or simply men whose fields adjoin, which is characterized by cooperative, reciprocal, and recursive in practice. There was also practice of a barter system, where the villagers, with their goods, they travel to far places or the neighboring villages to exchange rare articles, for example, salt. Now let's look into the Feast of Merit. Zeme monuments, especially the standing stones and sitting platform and stone circle.
Please conclude. 10 minutes have been passed.
Okay, I'll try to, yeah. So in conclusion, I would like to say that there is different stages of feasting between the two villages. However, the concept of fertility, the prestige, memory, procreation, solidarity among the members remains the same. And the megaliths are being erected in a prominent place in the village vicinity or on the way to the field, widely visible, which helps us to understand the symbolics of landscape and also the role of social memory in choice of site location. Stone monuments act as an important agent in transmitting social memory because of its durability. And lastly, the tradition of erecting monuments have been an important prehistoric tradition, which is still prevalent among the community, however, in smaller scale and in Krishnized way. So I would like to thank the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present my work, and also the village authority and the elders of Poilua village and Baran village for giving me the permission to conduct the study. Thank you.
Yeah.
That's all.
Thank you, Kaelan, to be very
Thank you,
precise
sir.
to time. And it has been a wonderful presentation on ethnographic parallels.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations. Yeah, next we'll go to the next presentation by Oshin Prasanna Kumar Bam. He will be speaking on changing memories of monuments, a case study of Khairawad megalithic circles from Wardha districts. Oshin, you can take over.
Yes, sir, I'm sharing my screen. Yeah. I hope my PPT is visible.
Yeah, it's visible.
Yes, thank you. So, good afternoon all. I am Oshin Bam. I am from Deccan College Postgraduate and Research Institute, and I'm here to present before you the changing memories of monuments, which is a case study of Khairwada megalithic circles, Wardha district, Maharashtra. So, the region of eastern Vidarbha is drained by rivers like Penganga, Wardha, and many others. However, the region of Vidarbha is very famously known for the early historic and historic sites. But what is it more known for is the megalithic sites. And out of 100 sites in Maharashtra, at least 95 belong to the region of Vidarbha. However, speaking of Wardha district, the district gazette here speaks nothing about the megalithic site of Khairwada or any other megalithic site as such. Khairwada in 2021 completed the 150th year of discovery of Khairwada megalithic circles from 1871 to 2021. So I think this is a very nice way of celebrating its sesquicentennial anniversary. So this is the location of Khairwada. The red circle shows Ravandev Garmasur hills, and at the foothills of the hills we have Khairwada megalithic site. So in short, megalith is derived from the Greek term megas, meaning big, and lithos, meaning stone, so which makes it related to a big stone. However, there are other characteristic features of the megalithic site as well. To be precise, the most striking feature is the introduction of iron technology, for as much this culture is also known as the early Iron Age, and sometimes it also goes contemporary to the period of second urbanization. Now, the site-specific Khairwada, we have at least 1500 burials, and which is it forming one of the largest clusters of megalithic burials in central India. So it is one of the largest cluster of megalithic burials in central India. And the area, of course, is very big. 26.439 acres is the area as per the 1981-82 review. So it's a Gata Gram Panchayat, and it is strategically located on the left bank of the meandering Dham river, which is a tributary of Varda river. Now, the people who have actually built these megalithic burials are gone, but what are left behind are their sepulchres, which are easily visible over the earth's surface. Now, this Khairwada has passed through various levels of occupation, like megalithic, early historic, medieval, colonial, and modern. And through different time periods, what the people of these different time periods have thought about the monuments, the burials, the megalithic circles, we don't really know about it. But a lot of research is being done on megaliths of Vidarbha. But what has not been considered enough is the memory of the local villagers who are staying at the site. No doubt, the academic and scientific perspective is of very much importance, but the perspective of local residents of the site and memories which they carry from generations after generations are usually ignored by the scholars. Very few attempts on how these memories form an important part of research narratives have been undertaken. Also, how these memories change after the excavations are happening, after the researches are happening. What sort of changes do it bring to the memories of the people? This has also not been documented. I want to say that the local residents have a sense of natural attachment to their soil, and they spend their whole lives at the same place. Everything, including the heritage, becomes a part of their routine. When the researchers go back to their places after finishing their researches at the site, the villagers are the ones who are left with the heritages, and they are the custodians of this heritage site in a way, and bitter truth, but they can prove instrumental in safeguarding because they are the ones who own these heritages more than the academics. So if we talk about the colonial period writings about the megaliths, so 1823, J. Babington discovered the first so-called megalith, and after Babington, it was Hislop who discovered various megalithic sites in Vidarbha region. Rivet Karnak, he also discovered various megalithic sites in Vidarbha, and while referring to Khairwada, he referred it as Khaivarli, so it shows the colonial accent and the power of the ruling person. So the names of the places could be done as per their convenience. J.J. Carey is the person in 1871 who actually excavated Khairwada for the first time. So 1871 to 2021, this has been the 150th year. He writes his memories in the form of 2 pages in the Proceedings of the Asiatic Society in November 1871 issue. He gives the distance in miles, which was the preferred measurement at that period of time. And he says that it is by the wish of the Chief Commissioner of Central Provinces, Mr. Morris, that he's opening the mounds. So he uses the word open instead of excavate and the mound instead of the megalithic circles. And he says that there could be at least 150 mounds. What we can infer from this is that the Britishers took some initiatives, and the bureaucracy, the kind of bureaucracy which existed at that colonial period, he's very much adhering to that. And that is why, while in these 2 pages, he mentions many times that he's taking the utmost care to open up the mounds, and with utmost care, he is bringing out the material. So why is he using these words, utmost care, is to impress upon his superiors and his colleagues that he is aware of the prevailing techniques of digging. Some antiquarian interests also were visible in his writings. In the IAR 1981-82, which was excavated by Dr. S.B. Dev and Dr. Arvind Zamkhedkar sir of Deccan College, these are also a 2-page report in IAR. So they say that the cemeteries are located in east, north, and the other southeast regions of the present village. They seem to have been interested more into the stratigraphy of the mounds, that is the stone circles, and of the habitation site as well. So compared to the colonial writers, the colonials were interested in digging and impressing upon their seniors a sense that they were aware of their techniques. However, here in 1981 period, we see that the main aim is to give about the stratigraphy and more scientific datings, which are provided as 510 plus minus 100 BCE as per Mohanty. Now, this is the megalithic stone circle with peripheral boulders with clay fillings and pebbles on top. This is the another kind, which is called as the Khaivara type, which is loose pebbles on top type of a megalithic stone circle. Now, if there are so many stone circles, it can show that it was occupied for a large period of time, or maybe it had a good carrying capacity. Various iron and copper objects have been found from the megalithic stone circles, and while doing the ethnographic survey of the village, I found out that the Gond and the Mahar communities at the village, they even today practice some sort of similarity with this megalithic circles. So the burial ground of the Gond community was chosen where a lot of Sindhi trees or the Indian dates have been growing, which is because they think that the dead should receive a supply of liquor in their afterlife as per Russell. Now the dead body is slowly placed into the pit and their feet is kept towards the north direction, which they think that they have come from the northern direction. That is why they are going back to their ancestors. So here in the pic, you can see the Sindhi trees and one of the burial of the Gond community. This is the Gond burial. This is the burial of a Mahar community, which is the converted new Buddhist community right now. Some megaliths are being destroyed in the name of so-called development. So they are digging trenches, the government, and the megalithic burials are being destroyed. So here our aim is not to exactly establish the link between the present burial tradition and the earlier tradition, but we can see that an analogy can be drawn. So there's a difference in size and shape and also some other aspects, but we can see that the main context in which the burials were buried remains the same. Now, if we see that the family retains the deceased one in their memories through erecting such monuments even after the earthen body gets decomposed. This process, the context of the time at which the event of death has occurred, becomes curated with the context of place which has been allotted to the burial of that person. And this gives an archaeological evidence of union of time and space in the form of megalithic burial in case of Vidarbha and all other regions too, of course. So the ethnographic survey which was carried out, I asked various questions to the villagers, and what has been found out that the villagers do know something about it, and the way in which they express their answers are variously different. So if they want to say that the site is very ancient, they would say that the site belongs to the Mahabharata period. So if they want to say that it is a monument, they would say that their ancestors built the monument. Also, some misconceptions happen during the excavations. So for example, the flotation which was done in 1981-82, the villagers mistook it as a gold digging experiment. So what we can infer from this, it is very much needed that public archaeology and public awareness pre and post excavation is a must at the village. So when I visited the site, they were thinking of me as a gold digger too. But then when a public awareness session was done with the villagers, taking into confidence the Sarpanch of the village, it was very well understood, and they understood that the need for public archaeology is very much, and that can lead to the development of the village also. So very famous renowned archaeologist Ian Hodder has also proposed post-processual archaeology, and he says that the public indulgence approach into the academic realm of archaeological discourse is very much important. He made a significant point for methodological outset to take into consideration the views of the people from various backgrounds, and he mentions that no views can be considered invalid or more important than the other. So what outcome has been brought out that the villagers' perspective was completely useful. I'm not saying that the villagers' perspective was completely useful and correct for scholastic proceedings, but the public reminiscence are carrying some truth in their own sense, because the villagers have conceptualized these and passed it on from generations after generations. So a minute scrutiny, it can be observed that the answers to various questions about their understanding of ancient stone circles have some valid points for an analogical configuration, though not directly, and hence indirectly they give explanations which can be used by the researchers carefully after further analysis. The norms which the villagers follow to postulate their understandings are inspired by the folk culture of the region, and they explain things in the form of popular belief, which are known and understandable to their memories for generations after generations. So if we want to really have a holistic understanding of any particular research question relating to such monuments, we should definitely take into consideration the local beliefs and the local memories. So from this case study, it becomes clear how memories adapt, preserve, pass on, recreate, and change in themselves with time, with a base in varied perspectives from various people. So it can be said that memories are subjective and unique. So the study of human society and this changing memory about a monument, in this case study of Kherwada megalithic stone circles, becomes a part of the ascribed history of the complete monument itself. I would like to acknowledge the help given by Dr. Shahida Ansari of Deccan College Postgraduate Research Institute and Dr. Yogesh Prabhudesai. And definitely this research wouldn't have been possible without the support of the villagers of Kherwada. So I would like to dedicate this to the 150th year of discovery of Kherwada. These are the references. And this was the public awareness talk. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ocean Bum, for presenting and keeping to the time. So let us come to the last presentation of this session. This will be on memorial stones of Panchmal district of Gujarat, an assessment by 3 presenters, starting with Sayan Roy. Sayan Roy and others.
Sir, I guess they won't be able to join in, so we can start with the question answer round.
Okay. Yeah, we have been taking 4 presentations. One presentation was on the architecture, art and architecture of Mughal monument, Mughal structure, such as Humayun tomb. Then the other one was on the temple monument. The other 2 are megaliths. So now I call upon if you have any questions or queries that can be addressed to particular presenters.
I have a question from Garima. Garima Singh.
Okay. Garima.
Garima, are you there? Garima, kindly unmute yourself. I think she is not
there.
available.
She is there, but I guess, yeah, she is there. Garima, can you unmute yourself?
Maybe she has some technical problem.
Okay, no
Yeah, she
issues.
raised her hands, but she's not answering.
Because she had some issue with the camera also. I guess she can type it at the text for or text
I
box.
guess she is reconnecting.
No
Yeah,
issues.
maybe,
We can go
before
to
she
the
comes
next
back.
questions. Yeah.
I just have a query to Kalam. Kalam?
Sir, yes.
These megaliths that you mentioned about the Zemi community,
Yes,
what is
sir.
its antiquity? How old they are?
Sir, we have not dated the antiquity yet.
No, the antiquity in the sense that how old they are. I mean, the monuments and the community. Have you tried to understand that? The period of these monuments.
Oh, it's prehistoric, sir. Prehistoric.
Okay. And the Zeme community, has it been well studied on this community? Do we have any detailed research?
No, not yet, sir. Not yet. There are some studies made on the society, the culture, but it's not a very detailed study yet.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
So it's an ongoing research?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Yeah, it seems that the research is promising. You should continue with much more intensive methods.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
I'm here. Apologies, I was not able to unmute my
I don't know what happened to my laptop, so I have logged in from my phone. Please ask your question.
Yeah, no issues. Garima, I just have few queries because I have already visited this temple. I am not aware that it is registered under ASI or not. So first question is this, and second question is like who was the ruler who constructed this temple?
Raja Bakht Singh constructed this temple. I mentioned in around 1860 to 70. We do not have particular date for it. And coming to the second point, that ASI tried to help them out, but royals were under the impression that if they will come, they might take over the authority over it. So they did not let anybody come to rescue the monument. Because of it, now we can see the monument is in very dilapidated situation. So it's
Yes.
still under the trust of Rajas of OL.
Okay. Thank you, Garima.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, there is a question by Subrajit. Subrajit, I think you can verbally ask. Subrajit? Okay, Ocean, there is a question for you. Is there any resemblance of megalithic traditions in present day population?
Yeah, so that's what I have shown in my PPT. I guess I have rushed it with a very fast pace, and that's why he missed it. So we have the resemblance in the same village. We have the Mahar community and we have the Gond community, the Madia Gonds, who are practicing some sort of some like not exactly similar to the megaliths that we find at the Khairwada site, but the another kind of megaliths which I showed, the loose pebbles on top type, that some sort of brings us similar to that kind of a living megalithic tradition.
Okay.
So I just wanted to ask a question to Neha Geet Verma.
Yeah, proceed.
Yeah. So Neha, are you there? Yeah, I just wanted to know, since you're talking about the fractal geometry designs and all. So have you did any study towards the garden as well? Because during the Mughal period, garden also played a very important role, in particularly in the symmetry they are being made. So have you looked into that part also?
Sorry, can you please just repeat the question? I have missed it.
Yeah. I just wanted to, since you're talking about the fractal geometrical designs, particularly in the architectural area.
Yeah.
So apart from that, have you looked into the garden area? Because when you talk about the garden, we do also find a lot of geometrical designs, and particularly the symmetry there being, like, for instance, the charbagh and all.
Yeah.
So have you looked into that perspective
Yeah,
also?
basically, in this paper, in the paper, I have briefly discussed about the charbagh plan, and there, how there they have used the fractal patterns. I mean, the structure-wise, how they have used that similar patterns. Like, if it is a square, the square is divided into another square and another square within. I mean, that process never ends. The square process in the charbagh plan. So that also I have looked it into in the paper. I mean, you can see it briefly there. And other than that, I have looked more about it related to the religious theology process, like how that charbagh plan have been used to symbolize the paradise context.
Okay. So do you see, do you have also looked into the continuity from the Humayuns to the later stages, whether it's Babur,
Actually,
Jahangir?
so this is.
So,
sorry, to please continue the question.
So
okay,
it's
I was,
like, please go ahead.
Okay, I was saying that this is the first paper which I have. I mean, from my thesis work I have produced, and I'm looking towards the other Mughal architecture as well for the further studies. I mean, this I have just presented as one case study.
Oh, okay, okay. So I was just curious to know that. That's it.
Yeah. Thank you.
Ocean, I was just trying to understand your your perspective of tracing the memories. Is it associated with the megalithic culture of megaliths or Iron Age culture of megaliths, or with the current ethnographic parallels? Or you are trying to look at the both?
Yeah, sir. Actually, it is more focused upon the local residents of the village, so the current ethnographic parallels. But as I've also mentioned during the presentation, that not exactly the same, but somehow analogies can be drawn if further studies are conducted on the same. So I just want to make sure that the subaltern perspective of the local population is being taken into consideration and is given due importance in our researches.
So you see, there are two things here that you should segregate. One is the northern part of Vidarbha. It is quite rich in the megalithic sites, and it has made itself as an distinct megalithic zones of Indian subcontinent. So there, many of the villages, the modern or the current villages, are associated with the older megalithic sites. If you can go into the grassroots level of tapping their memories on those sites, that will be quite a novel kind of research. And so that has to be quite segregated from the ethnographic study of megalithic culture or burial practices of the current tribal communities. So these two things, I think somewhere you have to draw a thick line, then you can tap their memories. And the other one is regarding the terminologies that are used by the colonial officers. They usually, it was quite common. They used the term opening the burials, opening the structures. That has been commonly used across, you can say, it could be Madras presidency or Mumbai presidency, or the any presidencies that were working in this in southern Indian peninsula. So that is a common word. So there they mean to say open up means it was quite curious to have a systematic outlook. That is what they are trying to say in terms of open. They are not excavation because they are not systematically opening up. Only thing is they were quite dug, like the common people dig the monuments, but which much more conscious to collect the materials. And regarding the memory, this is quite common in southern megalithic sites as well. People always opine two things. One is the megaliths are associated with the Mahabharata or Pandavas, the abode of Pandavas. That is one very common association of identity they have. Second one is, what we have to understand here is that megaliths now, it has been largely destroyed. I mean, they are a very hot spot for digging up and extracting the materials such as rocks and the ashy soil and all. So, however, even after the destruction of the site or the megaliths, the people's memory is very sharp. You just ask them, what did you find inside? They identify the researchers as gold diggers. I mean, the people have come to dig the gold. But if you start to very precisely ask them, what did you find when you destroyed the burial? They give a very common, authentic information. They will either tell us that they found some charred grains or rice materials or millet materials, potteries, fractured or fragmentary bone remains. So these are also very, very part of memory, and this is a very common memory they have. On these lines, they will not be much wrong, because even after you dig a megalith, what commonly you find, they will identify. They have been identified. So you try to tap those memories, how these people have looked after these megalithic sites through the generations. So that also includes before excavation, if the site is excavated, and the post excavations.
Yes, sir. Thank you for your input, sir. I'll definitely try to incorporate them.
Yeah. Any more questions or queries?
I just wanted to ask Garima regarding her paper on Narmadeshwara temple. So, if Garima is available here.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
Garima, I just wanted to know, since
Ashuji, your screen is freezed and we are not getting your voice.
I guess there must be an internet problem.
Yeah, just wait for a while.
Meanwhile, we can have other questions if anybody have any questions. So.
Ashuji is rejoining soon. If others have the question, they can ask. I think nobody have the question. Then just take over.
So should we wait for Ashu sir or should we conclude? If sir,
we will ask the question of the Ashuji in the end. Okay.
Okay.
Neha Geeta. Your work on fractal geometry, it also includes scanning of the architectural motifs.
No, I have a plan to do the documentation, photo documentation, then digitalize them, and then I'm planning. I mean, for my thesis purpose, I'm planning to use them as a. I mean, in a digital format. I'm planning to use it, not like the photo scanning.
Yeah, scannings like laser and infrared.
Yeah.
They may also give you a precise dimensions and estimates for your geometrical works.
Okay, I'll try to.
But again, it depends on how we are accessible to those technologies and equipments.
Yeah.
So sir, can we have your concluding views? So we can conclude this.
Yes. So we can conclude now. See, at the outset, it is very happy note and interesting that all the four papers are in the first stage of its research. They are in the preliminary stage of research, and the research being conducted by the young individuals, like all the four we have. So this is a quite interesting and quite an important development in terms of history and archaeological studies. So that in that point of view, this session is quite young session. It's a quite young session, and all the four presentations and all the four individuals have made their best attempt to very significantly show the methods and objectives that we can see in all these four presentations. As I mentioned, since it is in the beginning stage, in the first stage of research, what is more important here is how well you present your methods and tools and the objectives. So I think all the four presentations and presenters have did a best job in that. Regarding the outcome and the results, they have a long way to go, and I wish them all the best and congratulate for their efforts. I have a very brief note about the papers and the topic today. Neha Geeta Verma has worked on fractal geometry, and this has led to a kind of micro level analysis to better interpret decorative symbolic expressions of Mughal architecture, particularly with the Humayun stone. And this is quite important, particularly after the extensive and comprehensive conservation work that has been done with the Humayun tomb. And this makes a very apt approach for Neha Verma to further work on the Humayun stone. The second paper on the Narmadeshwara temple, presented by Garima Singh, and she has given a very good preliminary description of art and architecture. And we look forward in the next presentation or in the future, she will be emphasizing more on the periodical context and developmental context of the monument. Then the third paper by KLM, she has given a detailed ethnographic study of megaliths of Peran in Nagaland. And her research has well evaluated with the nature and terminologies particularly associated with the Zen community, referring to the megalithic monuments or their burial practices. So on the outset, the dimension of menhirs in accordance to male and female is quite interesting for me to know. And it was very fresh data that she has mentioned about the male and female association with the menhir dimensions. So the theories that are surrounding with the socio-economy of megaliths, that are quite common theories that are there on the Indian megalithic studies, and it needs to be revived. And I also see that KLM is also tapping on the socio-economic theories. Probably that will bring us a very new regional scale data in the future. Then the fourth presentation by Ocean Bum, he has made a very precise literature review on the Kairavada megaliths in particular and Vidarbha megaliths, and he has very well evaluated the developments, particularly the colonial and post-colonial developments in terms of excavations, documentation, and very properly it has been linked with the public archaeological framework as well. As I mentioned quite before in the question and answer session, there are two parameters to tap upon the memories of the megalithic sites, and I think he has rightly adopted right methods to approach these monumental memories. So these are the four papers we had in this megaliths and monuments session, and all the four papers again is by the very young researchers, young research scholars, and that makes this session quite young and fresh in approach. Thank you, and congratulations and all the best to all the presenters, and thank you for the organizers to inviting me.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir.
I guess Ashu is back. Had a question.
Yeah, I'm really sorry for the electricity outrage. So yeah, if Garima is willing to answer, then if Garima is
Yes, yes, of course.
Garima, I just wanted to know, since you're talking about the Narmadeshwara temple in Uttar Pradesh, right?
Yes.
So have you looked into another Narmadeshwara temple which is situated in the Sujanpur Tera area of Himarpur, which is in Himachal Pradesh, which is also dedicated to Lord Shiva?
Unfortunately, I haven't. That's why I earlier mentioned that it's just a preliminary study, and I was looking forward from the audience that they will suggest me, some of the insight. And I'm grateful that you have suggested me this temple. I will definitely look into it. Since I'm not from the architecture background, it was just a mere attempt to document all the iconographic because it's very close to my hometown and I always wanted to document all the features, that's how it is.
Yeah, because that is very fascinating because it is dedicated to Lord Shiva, and the
Yeah.
fact is, the drawings whichever there is on the wall are dedicated to Ramayana and Mahabharata. So,
Yeah,
do you
but
see the similar kind of references in Uttar Pradesh region? Because since we know Mahabharata and Ramayana, the famous character is Lord Vishnu, and then all of a sudden the temple is dedicated to Shiva. And any sort of what you conceptualize from that?
First point you mentioned that we have Ramayana depiction on the wall. We hardly have two or three images from the Ramcharitmanas, but mostly the dominance of the figure is Shakti Peeths. As I have shown, Chinmasta is there, and a lot of Devi figures are there, but we have only two of three depiction from the Ramayana, such as Hanumana is there, and one of the figure which I couldn't identify, I really need to get into detail. It was just a documentation, so I'll be looking into it, and I'm still working on the finishing my paper, so I will definitely add all these points into it.
Yeah, I just wanted to know that. And yeah, it is very strange that when you look into the paintings, it does
Yeah.
mention, it does have a Mahabharata and Ramayana depictions, and the temple is dedicated to Shiva. On the other
Shiva,
hand,
yeah.
the entire the main character in both the epics is actually the Lord Vishnu.
Yeah, I could not find such temple in and around Uttar Pradesh, but I will definitely look into this Himachal Pradesh temple you have mentioned. Uh, Apart from it, I did not come across such temple in my area.
Yeah.
Thank you so
Thank you,
much.
thank you,
Thank you.
thank you, Manmeet.
Uh, is there any other questions or queries from anybody else? Okay, if not, then okay, then I would say thank you, Dr. Arjun, and all the participants to be here. And now we will actually our next session is at 4:45, so we'll have a short break of like 15 minutes. So we'll meet after 15 minutes. Sorry, 20 minutes. It's 25 now. So we'll meet after 20 minutes. Thank you, everyone.
Yes, Salkesh, do you have any query?
I cannot hear any sound from your end.
Actually, we have taken a break for 10 minutes, so we are waiting for the because our next session is going to start from 4:45.
Okay, no problem. I just turned on and I didn't hear any sound. That's why. Sorry about it.
Okay, okay, no issues.
I just woke and do it. It's a morning in US. That's why.
Okay, okay, no issues, no issues.
Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, sir. Do we have you with us today? Yes, I can see.
Yeah, good evening.
Yes, good evening, sir. Hearty welcome to you. So, welcome back, everyone. Let's start with our last session for today, Sites and Exploration. And I would like to take this honor to introduce Dr. V.N. Prabhakar, who will be chairing the session today. So, Dr. V.N. Prabhakar has been an Associate Professor Archaeology at Indian Institute of Technology, Gandhinagar. Formerly Director, Exploration and Excavation and Institute of Archaeology at the Archaeological Survey of India between August 2018 and September 2020. He has coordinated the exploration and excavation activities throughout the country and headed the Institute of Archaeology, an academic wing of Archaeological Survey of India, imparting education in archaeology, heritage, management, and museology. He has conducted excavations at Roopnagar, Punjab, and Karanpura, Rajasthan, both of Harappan culture between 2011 and 2014. From 2009 to 2011, he was responsible for exploration and excavation, conservation, and preservation of 166 nationally important heritage structures, including the World Heritage properties of Ajanta and Ellora caves. He has published around 40 research articles in journals, edited books, and conference proceedings. So, I welcome you, sir, and over to you. So, before we start the session, I would like to announce that we have 5 participants in the session. All of you will be given 14 minutes each, and all the questions will take at the end. Over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you. I hope all the participants are here, all the speakers are here.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Okay. As this session is on exploration and excavation, it's an important aspect in the discipline of archaeology. There are various developments that has happened in the past through which we have reached in such a stage that multidisciplinary approaches are applicable in the field of be it exploration or excavation, be it in documentation, surveying, mapping, and also post-excavation processes. So it's a most important aspect in any archaeological study because that generates the primary data, and researchers who have carried out well-organized exploration surveys in the past have brought to light several important archaeological sites. Also, I hope all the participants will delve more into some of the recent researchers, and I would request all the speakers to restrict to their time limit of 13 minutes. And as it is the practice here, I mean, we will take the questions at the end of all the speakers, and whoever want to raise any question, they can type in the chat box. Okay, I mean, and I will take the questions one by one, or I will invite them to ask the questions. So the first paper in this session is one moment. Is by Shubhatoshi. Are you here?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay. I'm. So my file is not moving up and down. Okay, I invite you to present your paper on revisiting our Naga ancestral sites in Nagaland, and yeah, please.
Okay.
Please start, and you have 13 minutes.
Okay, sir. Let me start. Let me share my slide. Is it visible, sir?
Not yet. Yeah, now it's starting. Yeah, you can proceed.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. Myself, Chubadushi, research scholar from Nagaland University, doing under the supervisor of Professor Tadeusz Jamir, and I am doing my research on the abandoned sites of our Naga ancestral site. And today I'll be speaking on the Revisiting our Naga ancestral sites through archaeology, a preliminary report on Chanjang Kimong and Koreang sites. So these are the overview of my presentation. Introduction, methodological approach, Koreang site and excavation, Chanjang Kimong site and excavation, ceramics and antiquities, discussion and conclusion. So let me give a brief introduction. Nagas are an ethnic group who inhabits the state of Nagaland, northeast India.
You can make it as the slide view, right? It's not in the slide view. You
Okay.
can start the slideshow.
Okay, hold on.
You have unshared.
Is it coming, sir?
You share again. You have unshared.
Okay, okay.
Do select the option of present entire screen. Maybe then you can do the slideshow. And it's to remind that you only have 13 minutes because we have other 4 presenters as well.
Okay, okay. Will it be okay if I share in this manner? Is it visible,
No
sir?
problem. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Okay, okay. So Nagas inhabits the state of Nagaland in the northeastern part of India, with its capital at Kohima. So there are 16 major tribes, and Aos are one of the major tribes who occupy the Mokchung district. And the documentation of the Naka history was first initiated by the British administrators like J.S. Houghton, Fur, Himmendorff, and J.B. Mills. And in the recent decades, the documentation of our Naga history was initiated by authors of the Nagas, researchers like Anungla Ayer Burkumzak, Tumsula Ao, etc. And on the archaeological work, the pioneer work was done by Vikosa Ninu at Chungli MD, and Tiadji Chamir also at Chungli MD, and Aokumla Walling at Ritu Kopok, to name few. However, not much archaeological research has been initiated on the Aonak ancestral site apart from the above mentioned sites. And this is the map that inhabits and by the Aonakas, and this is the district which I am dealing with. With regards to the study, to the methodological work, since there was less secondary sources of or literature work, I focus mainly on the primary sources, and in the primary sources, I focus on the personal interviews and acquiring of the consent from the informants, and I've also taken the methodology of involving the community and village council, and Wheeler method of excavation was used, and drone was also used for aerial image. The oral narratives of the Korean sites says that this was the second site from where, after the migration from Chungli-MD, there was a huge mass migration from Chungli-MD, which the Aos believed to be the birthplace or the place of origin. And according to oral sources, from the Chungli-MD, they settled at Aulanden, and from Aulanden to Koridang. And at Koridang, there was an increase of population and scarcity of water, and which forced the Aos to further disperse from Koridang. And at Koridang, there was another mass dispersals, and which is spread to different parts of the Mokchung district. And as you can see here, this is the drone image where the test excavation was conducted here, and this is the whole area of the site, which is currently under the human occupation. This is the satellite image, and the food survey was conducted on the site using oral sources as a chief tool, and the area had thin vegetation because of the continuous farming and human occupation. The trench was labeled KOR 21, and it was conducted in February 2021. The trench measurement was 1:2 meter, and the jaw coordinates, and this is the jaw coordinates. And the trench had a thickness of 180 centimeter thick, and it consisted of 2 layers, and it completed after 7 speeds. And layer 1, it was mostly loose soil with dark brown soil, and a layer 2 it has consisted from 123 to 180 centimeter thick. The excavated materials include bauxite of petal embraced, quartz, and broken spindle wool. And from this range, from this site, charcoal sample was collected for C14 dating. And this is a fully exposed trench. Moving on to the second site, the oral narrative of the Changchang Kimong and excavation. This Changchang group, they were part of the mass migration from Koridang, who took the southeastern road and settled at the place called Changchang Kimong. And the oral source accounts for settling at the area for approximately only 60 years. And this group of our tribe were very small in number, and because of which there was a constant threat from the neighboring tribes, which forced them to abandon the site and merge with the other Aus. And this is the panoramic view of the site, where here the test excavation was conducted. And this is the satellite image of the trench and the site. And during the excavation, this tribal community, they practice chum cultivation, or we call it the shifting cultivation, and it coincides with the cycle of chum cultivation. So detailed survey could be conducted on the whole area before selecting the spot to dig. And this the trench was labeled as JJK 20. It was conducted in December 2020. The trench the dimension was 1:2, and this is the geo coordinates. The deposits of the trench, the deposits were 133 centimeter from the datum with 3 layers. Layer 1 was mostly humus, and layer 2 it was loosely brown soil where less presence of stone and rocks was there. And in the third layer with light brown soil, and excavated materials includes good amount of potsherds and a tiny pit. And there was a post hole was exposed, and the depth was 18 centimeter with a diameter of 20 centimeter. Excavated materials with the ceramics. When it comes to the Nagas, ceramics has been associated, and they mostly use earthen pots for when it comes to their utensils. So during this excavation this test excavation on both the site, wheel-made and hand-made pottery with court mark and petal embrace were collected from both the sites. But the detailed study of the pottery is ongoing, thus more insights will be known once it is completed. Excuse me. With the antiquities, this is the sharpening stone, and this was documented from the locals, and this is the personal collection. Since the area Koridang site is under human occupations, and during the construction they have retrieved this one and they have keep it as their personal collection. So I've documented that one, and this is a sandstone sharpening stone which was used for sharpening the machetes and knives back in the days, and it can be found in different shapes and sizes from the habitation sites when excavations are done in the area of our ancestral sites. This is necklaces. Nagas has a very diverse cultural attires, and necklace is one. And this necklace are worn by both men and women. And this carnelian pit was collected from Changchang Kimong site, and also cotton was also cultivated by the Au Nagas, and it was used for use in making clothing, Aus in particular and Nagas in general. And this spindle wool was also retrieved from Koridang site. Discussion and conclusion. It is found that our Koridang site was abandoned because of the scarcity of water, because there was no water sources in the vicinity of the habitation site, while Changchang Kimong because of hostile neighboring tribes. The material remains give evidence of their lineage to Chunglimdi and other outgroup. Oral sources and involvement of community and indigenous people was of great help throughout excavation, which can be used as a tool while dealing with the tribal community. The attachment of the community with the site and oral sources should be considered with utmost importance because there are situations where researchers being summoned and end up paying hefty fines. And there is also an urgency of documentation of the ancestral site because of human and natural disturbances. Because there are lots of development going on at the same time, because of excessive rainfall, there is an erosion going on in this area, and the chronology of the sites will be obtained once the sample is dated. Thank you.
Thank you, Chuba. I mean, you have concluded your talk well within time. Thank you for that. And
Okay.
it's a lot of interesting stuff coming from the Northeast, and I think more and more investigations can throw much light on the human past in that particular region, which is an important corridor connecting Southeast Asia. So thank you for the talk, and I will invite the next speaker, who is Sheetal Rana. Are you there?
Sir, namaskar, sir. Ji.
Yeah. Sheetal will be presenting her paper on an archaeological discussion on important finds at Chetru in Kangra, a select study. Please
Ji.
proceed.
Thank you, sir. Just give me a minute. I'll just.
Yeah, if you can switch on your video, it will be great.
Sir, I'm just new to this. Can I
Okay.
please? Okay, just.
No issues. You start your presentation.
Okay, sir.
I would like to remind that it's compulsory for all the presenters to switch on their camera. There will be a camera button. You just have to click on it on the screen.
Ishani, could you please tell me how
Yes,
to
ma'am.
get connected
So
with my?
there would be two options. Are you using your phone or are you using your laptop?
Laptop.
Okay, so from your left, the second option would be the camera option.
No. I'm talking about the presentation, the slides, PPT.
Okay, ma'am, first, if you can switch on your camera. So from your left, please switch on your camera.
There are icons at the bottom left.
Okay. Yes, I got it. Yes.
Yes, ma'am. From your left hand, the second icon.
Present now. Is it this?
Yeah, you can do that for making the presentation.
Yeah, okay, ma'am. So
what is this? No.
So if you want to, okay, so it's okay. You want to present it, then from your right hand side, the third column, you will be given the option of present now. Please click on that.
I have clicked. What to do? What next?
Then entire screen.
Okay. Yes.
Then share.
It's not coming share.
Sheetal, after clicking the entire screen, click on the screen which you want to share, then you will find the option to share, right?
Or it's okay, you may send your PPT to us. We'll move on to the next presenter and we'll present from our side at the end. So,
okay.
Yeah,
so
and
if
then-
you allow me.
Achha,
Wait,
She's
it
able to
started.
present.
Sir, has it started?
Yeah, you go on. You please start.
It has started. Is the
Yeah,
screen
yeah.
visible? Okay.
we
Okay.
can see the screen, yeah.
Thank you everyone for being so patient with me. Thank you so much. Now, with the permission of the chair, may I just present my paper? Already, due to exigency of time, I will just quickly rush with
Yeah,
the
please.
major
Please.
points. My paper, the title is An Archaeological Discussion on Important Finds at Chetru in Kangra, a Select Study. So as for the introduction, I will just mention about the Buddhism in Himalayan region. So Himachal Pradesh was settled by several migrants that continued for centuries. It imbibes the prehistoric Indian culture, Aryan culture, Indo-Mongoloid culture, and Indo-Aryan culture. According to the historical records, The antiquity of Buddhism in Himachal Pradesh goes back to the 2nd century AD. The earliest evidence is a copper vase from Kundala in which the Buddhist scenes have been depicted. Buddhism was propagated by the missionaries in this region. The chakra symbol found on the tribal coins has also been associated with Buddhism. The Kanihar inscription of the 1st century AD records the foundation of a Buddhist monastery. There are several archaeological sites in Kangra, which will be discussed later in the paper. Mounds in Kangra. Kangra is well known for its historical and archaeological significance. It is the most populated district in Himachal Pradesh. When we talk about the mounds in Kangra, it is hard to make any particular conclusive idea. The dispersed nature of its homesteads, the wide use of stones and slate as its housing material, and the heavy rainfall are generally not conducive to the formation of mounds in the Himalayan and sub-Himalayan region. According to the archaeologists and historians, there may be debris over the remains of temples and other architectural remains, and the whole formation may even look like a mound. On inspection, however, it becomes readily apparent that these mounds are not the habitational mounds that one finds in the plains. Significant sites and finds. The important sites of Kangra in alphabetical order are Bajnath, Chetru, Fatehpur, Haripur, Masroor, Nurpur Fort, Old Kangra, and the Vajreshwari Temple. At Chetru, a large stoop measuring 836 feet in circumference and 2 Buddha images have been discovered. The other Buddhist site is in Chari in Kangra district. Besides the above-mentioned sites, we see the ruins of Buddha image at some other places like the one below Dharamshala, where there is a valley which begins at this point and goes up to Patihar, a few miles away. This valley is noted for 2 important inscriptions, one at Kanihar, the starting point of the valley, and the other at Patihar, which is situated at the terminal point. The Patihar inscription is supposedly of 1st century BC, while the Kanihar one has been put to 1st century AD. The Kanihar inscription refers to a monastery called Krishna Vihar at the spot. The similarity between modern Kanihar and the ancient Krishna Vihar is too striking to be ignored. It is worthwhile to mention that Cunningham found few old coins in this area. It may be equally worthwhile to record that a local piece of information to the effect that when the cantonment of Yol was being built, not far from this area, certain ancient structures were found. However, nothing more could be known about these structures. From all these sites, specimens have been found, but here the intention is only to discuss the case of Chetru and the sculptures found here. Chetru, the geographical status. Chetru is a small village indeed, and the site of Chetru lies halfway between Kangra and Dharamshala. There is a rivulet called Churankhud to the north of the site. On the way, landmark which draws attention is a small hillock about 100 meter by 100 meter and 10 meter high, which looks remarkably like a mound. This was amply demonstrated by a minor landslide due to a heavy spell of rain. It is probably that there were structures on its top. The southern edge of the hillock is bound by a road. On the southern side of this road, one can see the road section itself, edges of the structures of measured burnt bricks. This obviously built up area is quite extensive and extends into a mango grove. The size of the burnt bricks measured by the expert is 36 by 26 by 6 centimeter. A brief history of Chetru. The mound at Chetru, locally known as Bhim Katila, represents a ruined Buddhist stoop. In a corner of a mango grove, there is an impressive piece of sculpture which is locally called Draupadi. But there are some unsolved queries about the history of Chetru and this image. The site may be identical with that of a Buddhist vihar near Kangra, referred to in Hyun Sang's account. The Buddhist brick structures and antiquities assignable to the Kushana period, 2nd to 3rd century AD, have been unearthed in excavations at the site. L.P. Pandey draws our attention to the fact that Hyun Sang went to Tamaswan and identifies it with the site near Kangra town where Buddhist monks lived in vihars. Some Buddhist images have been discovered here. Pandey is, however, not specific, but it is likely that he means Chetru when he refers to a Buddhist site near Kangra town. Finds from Chetru. Archaeological discussion. As mentioned above, there are some doubts to identify the sculptures obtained from the site. The image found from the site is worshipped as Draupadi, particularly in the event of a local marriage. On close inspection, it turns out to be a male figure with long and sinuous torso and legs. It shows an unfinished face which still bears chisel marks of the sculptor. This is flanked by a short female figure on the either side. The male figure and the two attendant female figures form one compositional piece. Only the face of the male figure could not be completed. Besides the specimens, during excavation at the site, an idol of Buddha and a Buddha head were recovered. Presently, these idols are kept at the Lahore Museum. Although its upper torso and face are unfinished, the smooth, elongated and gliding quality of its legs and the sensuousness of the associated female figures put it apart from the general range of Kangra specimens. Another problem is that scholars are still in doubt to say something about the exact date of the sculptures. According to Dilip Chakravarti and Hassan S.J., artistically we would hesitate to date these sculpture compositions later than the 2nd to 3rd century AD. This dating perhaps finds some support in the size of the bricks found on the top of the hillock. However, in the section on sculpture, following
You may please conclude. The time is running out. You may please conclude.
Okay, sir. And dated the specimen in the 7th century AD. The present status. The Buddhist tomb of Chetru is presently under the authority of Central Government of India. There is no religious use of this site nowadays. Archaeological Survey of India is having an administrative control on the site completely, and presently the site has been transformed into a park. Accordingly, archaeological inspection, it is not easy to establish a chronological development of the sculptures found in the Kangra region. There is no positive evidence from Kangra till the early medieval period. Although the present dating is based on the discussions of expert scholars, yet the doubt still persists. It actually is the question which archaeologists and historians are still trying to solve. In the case of Chaitru, the two female figures by sides are reminiscent of Mathura in their sensuousness. It shall not be surprising if Chaitru turns out to be the Kushan monastery site, as evidently a Kushan brick was found in the same area. This, of course, is a mere interference which cannot be checked without an excavation of the site. The Chaitru specimen is not dated. There is no date for the several specimens from Kangra itself, the Kangra Fort, Old Kangra and the New Kangra. The dates suggested are tentative. That these impressions need not be correct or reliable is amply suggested by the following observations of Hermann Goetz. Under Harshvardhan of Thanishwar Gupta, art was generally introduced. In this region, where the vestiges are supposedly numerous at Kangra, Bhavan, Chetru, and Chari in Kangra. According to experts, Kangra cannot be visualized as an isolated region, perhaps at any point of her history. The archaeological data suggest this clearly. The series of valleys at different elevations could account for its division into petty states in the late medieval and modern periods. Further, I would like to mention that the sites of Chetru and Kangra might have some interesting facts of historical narrations. Continuous study might be an adequate source to receive it. What scholars are trying to explore through decades, specifically in this case of place. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Sheetal. Thank you for your presentation. Now I would request Siddharth Saha. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Siddharth will be presenting on geoarchaeological study of the Ajay Damodar interflow region. Please proceed.
Yes. First of all, thank you so much to give me the scope to present this my paper, and thank you, Chairperson, Dr. Sir Prabhakar, sir. So, should I present my paper presentation?
Yeah, please.
Thank you.
Yeah, you can share your screen.
Yes, sir. I hope my voice and presentation is visible, right?
Yeah, it's visible now. You can make the slideshow view.
Sorry, sir.
And it seems there are 36 slides in a presentation. Please avoid the introductory things and only present the important findings.
Sure, sir.
An
My
introduction.
topic is geoarchaeological study of the Ajay Damodar interflow region. My name is Siddharth Saha, and I'm a PhD scholar of Vishwabharati University, Santiniketan. So my geoarchaeological perspective is that site distribution map, and this is the Kogram. Kogram is a small village, and there's a located temple, and there's some artifacts of early medieval periods, and these are Shivalinga and seated Buddha and Sati, that is worship. This is the Mongol court. There's a well-known Chalcolithic site of West Bengal, and it is excavated by Department of Archaeology, University of Kolkata, and there's six cultural periods have been revealed. This is the Balwadi. This is a fine spot. It's a 8 kilometers southeast away from Mongol court. And this is the Jain sculpture and worship as a naked Shiva. This is the Panduraja Devi. Panduraja Devi, it is excavated by Department of Archaeology, Government of West Bengal in 1964 by P.C. Dasgupta. It's revealed six cultural periods. One is a small settlement community, and second and third is Chalcolithic culture, and 5 and 6 medieval and early medieval and medieval. But there is some debate. This is the Raja Devi. It's all about it's about 2 and 3 kilometers from the Panduraja Devi. It is a structural site, and this is made of the lateritic blocks, and it is a religious structure. Is the Ramnagar and Khatnagar, Panduk, West Bengal. This is the early medieval site, and we have found here some fragments of potsherds with the decoration of incised, and some late medieval temples also been. You can also notice there. The Ishaigasha Devul is a late medieval temple. It is situated on the right bank of this Ajay Valley, river valley. This is the Agrarian. This is a priestly site, and it's discovered by the Chakraborty, Dilip Kumar Chakraborty. Here is found some hand decks made of wood fossil, and some quartz and quartzite flakes have been discovered. The newly discovered Chalcolithic sites is located in Satkanya near the Agaro Mile, and here we found some black ware, black slip ware, and BRW potsherds, and shapes could be handi, jar, and boots. This is the Khano. It is a medieval site. It's near Budbud, and it's called Raja Bhagaraja Devi. The means the Lion's King, the mound of Lion King. And here we found some brick structure. This is also a newly discovered sites in Nupur. It's early medieval sites. It's found left bank of the Damodar Valley. This is Bamunara. Here we found this sculpture, intact sculpture. This is associated with early medieval, and it's called Dancing Shiva, not Nataraj. There's some debates with Dancing Shiva, and it's called Dancing Shiva or Nataraj. This is also an early medieval temple. Stone temple which is made of a stone and lateritic blocks. Sorry, sand blocks and lateritic blocks. This is the stupa site of Bharatpur. This is a multicultural site. We have found here Neolithic to early medieval deposition, and the stupa associated with the structure of this stupa related to 6th to 9th century, and the measurement of this stupa 12.6 into 12.6 meter. This is the fine spot of Rondia. This is a fragment of sculpture we have found in this village. There is a situated in left bank of Damodar river. This is the Biharpur. This is also a medieval site. It is It is also situated left bank of the Damodar. This is the Gorui, situated in Asansol, West Bengal. I'm audible? Hello.
Yes, you are.
Okay, thank you. Gorui, this is situated in Asansol, West Bengal. This is a worship Vishnu, and this is a 4th century temple. This is a Begunia Boraka temple. Borakor temple. This is situated in left bank of Borakor river. The region name is also Borakor after the river's name. And this temple complex consists of the simple cell, each surmounted by tower, roof, and there are traces of mandapa in front. This is the ISCO rock shelter. This is a 3D model of ISCO rock shelter. And we have found 43 motifs and predominantly non-figurative and non-thematic design and symbols are there. This is the Pankuri Barbadi megalithic site. The site is situated in Hazaribagh near Barkagaon block. And 25 manis is there. And also we found here some strong ceramics and microliths. This is the Hoslong megalith. It is situated in Ramnagar near Ramnagar in Hazaribagh. This is Lekhania rock shelter. This is a small rock shelter. Here we found some dancing panel and hunting scene. And this shelter is also being used by the local community, which is Munda. This is Sola Mile. It is a middle Paleolithic site. Here we found some stone tools. These are juvenile flake and discoid core and core made of quartz and quartzite. In this study, observed the interflow landscape had potential for the post-inhabitant to sustain themselves in this region because of locational criteria. This area had been occupied and reoccupied, exploited in various culture periods. The downstream of this research area has a vast old and new alluvium plain that retain the protohistoric medieval inhabitants to agricultural activity. The upstream of this region has Chotanagpur Plateau's hills, dense forest, which is very helpful for prehistoric people to make stone tools doing rock art activity and hunting gathering. In the midstream of this region has lateritic outcrops. In this ecozone, some prehistoric sites have been noticed, like Agarumail and Birbhanpur. Middle structural sites like the Tirakchandrapur, Ichai Gosed Deul, and so interflow landscape is ideal for cultural sustainability and evolution. This study was pilot study to investigate the interflow regions prehistory to medieval cultural context. The study to open air sites and shelter in this region has provided comprehensive data for further research on geoarchaeology. Therefore, the plethora of archaeology data scattered in this region denotes the long and rich cultural heritage of the interflow region. The need to further investigation. I would acknowledge my research supervisor and my friends Subham Raj Kashyap and others. Thank you.
Thank you, Siddharth. The next paper is by Shaukat Ahmad. Are you there? Shaukat Ahmad?
Yes, sir. I'll be presenting the paper.
Yeah. And Shaukat will be presenting on protection and conservation of archaeological heritage in northwestern Himalayas, a case study of Bozoham Neolithic site. Please make your presentation.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Ubaid Ahmed, and I'll be presenting the paper here.
Siddhartha, you unshare your screen so that the next presenter can make. Yeah, Shaukat, you can share your screen now.
Okay. So, I'll share the screen. Okay, so just to give a 30-second backdrop of this topic, when both of us were thinking of selecting a topic for this conference, we visited the Bozoham archaeological site, and when we were there was one thing happening at that time, famously known as BPL. And what is BPL? It's Bozoham Premier League. The cricket match was going right adjacent to these huge megaliths at the Bozoham site, not in the vicinity, but right inside it. So that's how we got an idea, we should maybe think of writing an abstract regarding this. There have been so many attempts about preservation and conservation of the site. So we came to the conclusion that maybe we should talk about it again at this platform. So I'll proceed. This is a very brief presentation, as we have been given only 13 minutes and talking about protection and conservation of this important site. is impossible to talk in only 30 minutes. So I'll proceed at a faster pace. Burduhama is located in the Kashmir Valley, near about 4 kilometers from the Srinagar center, and it has been a very important Neolithic archaeological center in uh, South Asia. Why? Because we have some very important adjacent sites to this location. It has been the center of attraction to Indus Valley civilization, then Chinese civilization from the east, and the Central Asian regions and Afghanistan. So from all over these regions, we had people at Burduhama had trade links and other relations. So that's how this site has so much of significance attached to it. And moreover, we have archaeologists in the past have recovered some artifacts from Burduhama, like this pot that belonged to Indus Valley civilization and was filled with like 950 if I remember correctly, beads that that depicts that this site had links with at the one side with the Indus Valley civilization and then moving far away to Middle Eastern or other Asian countries, nations. So, having this huge potential, at present, Burduhama is battling to reclaim its former splendor. Like if you look at the archaeological record found in at the site, and if we compare that record with the present condition of the site, like there is huge contrast. But so in order to overcome this contrast, numerous attempts have been made, like from last 2 decades, to address this dire situation of the site. So when we were at the Burduhama, so all these photographs we had taken there. This photograph, this region was excavated at the site, and right now it's completely filled with garbage. It's completely filled with polythenes and whatsoever. So, apart from the littering of Burduhama, there is another glaring omission, right? I have written it here. Two diametrically opposed views. When we were talking to the locals at the place, some youth were playing cricket at the place. When we were talking to them, there is one story, and then when we look at the discourses of the eminent archaeologists, historians, then it shows another side of the story. So we thought of getting both the views. When we talk to experts like archaeologists, historians, like we have great archaeologists in Kashmir Valley as well, and when we move outside as well, there has been this idea that this site should be cleansed of any human activity. Like it should be fenced off, no human activity should be allowed at the site. But at the same time, when we approach it through an anthropological perspective, like talking to locals, at the local level, people are in the opinion that it's simple, like hum kahan jayenge? That's their question. Like you said that at one side, government is promoting like youth should be uh, youth should be involved in sports activities rather than drug abuse and other things. But at the same time, administration is not providing us a simple playground. So addressing those things, and there are many other things but as we have so much of less time available, I'll just go next to the slide. Like what next? If we address both the sides of the coin, like taking advices of the experts and then taking into account what locals need, what they demand, then we come to these conclusions. We have gathered these, we have collected these suggestions from secondary sources and primary sources as well. One of the main things here to address is re-excavation. This site was excavated in 1970s for different seasons, and after collecting that huge archaeological records, having collected skeletons, pots, and whatsoever, and most of the famous habitational pits, there has been a debate going on. There has till date there has been no reports available to us. So this site is in dire need of re-excavation so that new reports can come out and we may clearly know its chronological sequence. And then the artifacts that were excavated from the site have as of now they are lying in Kolkata. So it's the dire need of time we should those artifacts should be transported back to the original site where they belong to, as has been happening to every other region. And after excavating back, it's not as far as we got to know, it's not a good idea to put those things in another museum. So an open air museum is one more suggestion given the archaeologists that we should construct an open air museum at the site and then put those things at display. So that there may be more awareness, and this awareness we are supposed to create as an archaeologist, as an anthropologist, or whatsoever. We are supposed to create awareness among the masses and among the archaeologists and other future experts as well. Then there is a diary of trained personnel. Like when we went there, there was only one person who has been appointed so many duties. Look after the site, like watchman. He was supposed to do every other activity. So there is dire need of the government. ASI should appoint some trained personnel of different expertise who can look after the site to help in preservation and conservation of the site. And then one more thing, after doing all these, we should not, definitely not neglect the demands of locals, as has been demands like as it's Kareva, it's used mostly for two purposes. One, as a playground, and second, it's used as a grassland by local shepherds. So as local forests in the vicinity has been fenced off by the forest authorities, like they should give the locals some of the portion of forest for grazing land, and then to the local youth, some alternate playground can be proposed. Why? Because this site has got so much importance attached to it that giving an alternative to the locals is nothing as compared to it. So I conclude here, as we have very much less time, there is dire need, there is absolute need of time that we should start thinking about glorious past, and so that our coming generations may know the importance of these. Otherwise, we may definitely be in the loss. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ubaid. It was a good presentation, bringing into prominence on the present state of Burzahom. Yes, of course, it requires a lot of attention and a lot of community participation, and the stakeholders have to be taken into account in all future plans. I think the administrators can play a major role on this. We proceed to the last paper of the session, which is by S. Ball on a report on recently discovered prehistoric sites and lithic implements in Dulung River Valley, Eastern India. Are you there?
Yes, sir. Thank you, sir.
Yeah. Please share your screen and make the presentation. And avoid any introductory things, right? I mean, you present on the findings and interpretations.
Okay, sir. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Here I am Shubhrakanti Bal from the Department of Anthropology of West Bengal State University. This is exploratory research work which reveals about new discovered prehistoric site and also some lithic implements in this valley. So here I am avoiding some background of study and then objective, but the method which I used in this research, that the area was explored following an intensive survey approach of archaeological exploration, and before conducting actual survey, some colored satellite images of the study area are thoroughly inspected for the exposed quaternary sediment, and this sediment exposure were identified by some soil color, surface color, and roughness. Also, besides different erosional features like valley erosion and artificial quarries in the exposed soil were also identified from the satellite images on the basis of the differences in color and surface roughness of the soil. And we visited all potential sedimentary exposure identified from the satellite images during this exploration. Also, some geomorphic features like study of fluvial deposit, ferricrete, calcretes, latersols have been used to study physiographic features and exposed stratigraphic section. Relative age of sedimentological units are determined from the relative position of sedimentary units in a stratigraphic section, position of the unit in the relation to the present day river channel, and also some comparison of present data with the previous studies. And stone artifacts recovered in this field have been analyzed in the laboratory at the preliminary level. In present study, a mixed approach were used to identify retouch property and intensity, size, shape, and raw materials, probable technique of manufacture, and also tool typology. So about the area, the river valley lies on the border of Jharkhand and West Bengal, and this valley is comprising of the Dulung River and its tributaries. This river is a left-bank tributary of Subarnarekha River, and it encompassing almost 1176 square kilometer area. So we have collected lithic implements from 28 different locations in this region, and most of these locations are situated in the upper reaches of the drainage basin, and very few are in the lower reaches. The sites present almost in the vicinity of Paleo Channel. Also, lower Paleolithic implements have been recovered from most of the site. And it is a digital elevation model which shows that it is an elevation of almost 30 meter to 210 meter from the mean sea level, and this area shows the undulation with rolling topography, and with its rolling profile it has number of mounds and plateaus. And here if we go to the previous slide, that we can see that the most of the archaeological sites are situated in more or less 100 to 150 meter from the mean sea level. And physiographically, this area falls within the easternmost extension of the Chotanagpur Plateau. So this area shows that it is a pediplain formation, and mainly two type of landforms can be seen here. First, the ferricritized upland, and another is alluvium filled lowland. So this is a stratigraphic layer of this region. Here we can see three sedimentological units overlying on the decomposed bedrock. Here, unit 1 is comprising of the ferricrete nodules. In the lower part or the basal part, it got a conglomerate form with various type of cobble and pebble of the proterozoic or almost Precambrian rock, and the upper part of this is consisting of various type of nodule block and also with the ferricrete pellet, and above it the unit 2 is comprising of sandy silt with ferruginous pellet, and the topmost layer is made of latosol. So lower Paleolithic tools have been recovered in situ from the ferricrete layer as well as from the eroded surface of the ferricrete. Also, most of the implements have been found in the rain gullies of ferruginous surface. Here we can see the lower Paleolithic are exposed due to the erosional activities of rainwater, duct channel, and gullies. Also, we can see that the ferricritized upland and badlands have become dissected by rainwater activities, and also the lower Paleolithic tools are exposed at the edge of these rain gullies. Yeah, Paleolithic tools are not only find on the surface but also within the context. Here we can see the implements are recovered almost 2 to 3 feet below the top surface. For the microlith, this microlith tools recovered in situ at the junction between the ferricrete deposit and also the yellowish brown or brownish yellow sandy silt deposit, or in other places like in the lower reaches from the junction between the sandy silt deposit and the latosol deposit. Also, in few cases, microliths have been found embedded in the lower part of the sandy silt deposit, and this sandy silt deposit has a similarity with the CGO formation of this region, and it can be dated at late Pleistocene to early Holocene time period. So here is a composite stratigraphy of this river valley, where the bedrock is highly metamorphosed of the Precambrian and Proterozoic bedrock. And above this, there is unconformity with the pebbly pelletary frictite and also the cemented frictase gravel, and the lower part of it is a conglomerate which is designated as the lower Lalgor formation by some scholar, and above this the unit 2, which is the Sigio formation. This is relative age by the determined by the GSI in 1986. Here we can see that they have dated the sediment and also the soil. The Lalgor formation, which is probably from Pleistocene deposit, and the sandy sill deposit from the Sigio formation, which is from early Holocene time period. Almost total 233 artifacts have been recovered in this exploration, and among these recovered artifacts, 191 belongs to the Lower Paleolithic cultural period, or most particularly to the Acheulean industry, and 42 belongs to the Microlithic cultural period. In the case of Lower Paleolithic, the principal raw material comprises of mainly quartz and quartzite. Also interestingly, here we found 2 implements made on ferric oxide, the Dewey crust of the ferricrete. And the Acheulean tool type mostly categorized in 11 types, and this tool varies from fresh to particularly rolled in terms of its rolling and weathering pattern. And all of the Acheulean artifacts have deep reddish patina. Among this tool, majority are hand axes and bifacial cutting tool. And the microlithics are mostly made on quartz nodule. Besides quartz, fine grained quartzite and chert is also used as raw material for this. And microlithic recovered are mostly irregular shape, scraper, and debitage of microlithic component. Finished tool like microblade, quartz, lunate is fewer in number. And these micro is more or less fresh, and some are partially rolled. So this is some implement recovered from the site. These are Lower Paleolithic tools and some Microlithic implement. So to conclude that geomorphologically Dulung is a bedrock channel which cutting through frictitized pebbly conglomerate and the Sigio formation. And the landscape above 100 meters from mean sea level is dominated by low hills, pediment developed on moderately metamorphosed fine-grained sediment of sand and clay. And this is uncomfortably covered by the red soil, ferricrete, and in bedrock channel with bank consisting of Sigio or Holocene alluvium fields. Uplifted landscape provided enough iron, boulder, pebbles to shallow bedrock valleys in which strongly ferricritized bouldery, pebbly conglomerate developed. This ferricritized landscape was subjected to weathering process under deciduous forest cover. Landscape of this region give an idea of early human habitation. Lithic implements observe over ferricritized bed at the upland region and sometimes in situ ferricritized latosol near the bank of the Paleo Channel. And exploration in this Dulung River Valley shows that the Lower Paleolithic sites, or most precisely the Acheulean sites, are mostly found in the ferricritized upland and dissected erosional plateaus of the upper catchment region, and also near the margin of small tributary channel and Paleo Channel. Regarding stratigraphic context of recovered artifact, it can be said that the Lower Paleolithic artifacts have been found embedded within the ferricrete deposit, which has a similarity with the Upper Lalgor formation of Middle to Late Pleistocene time period. This result of the present study in the valley may also provide significant prehistoric facts of Eastern India. Also, we need further analysis for the sediment and tool for the better understanding of the succession of prehistoric culture in this region. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubhrakanti. We come to the close of this session. Now, The session is open for discussion. We will open up one by one. The first paper was by Chubatoshi, and if there are any questions to him, it can be typed in the chat box, or you can raise your hand, or you can start asking questions. Are there any questions for Chubatoshi? Any questions? Okay, I presume there are no questions for him. Then we will proceed for the paper of Sheetal Rana. Are there any questions for Sheetal Rana? Yeah, Ashu.
Yeah, I hope ma'am is here. So since ma'am, you were talking about the Chetru region, so have you looked into...
One moment, is Sheetal Rana is there?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Please proceed,
So,
Ashu.
yeah, thank you, sir. So may I know, I just wanted to know, it's been very curious, that have you looked upon the trade perspective of that particular region when you're talking about the Chetru, and then is it falling into any of the trade route area? And the second question is, when you're talking about the sculptures, which is roughly dated to around 2nd century AD, so does it correspond with any other sculptures that is nearby available, and like which school of art and all? So that's it.
No, there is not a definite school of art. As I already mentioned, the scholars and the archaeologists, they have not come to a definite conclusion regarding the dating of the sculptures, and it is only the iconographical traits due to which we can assign them to the assign them to a certain period. But it is not definite and it is not clear. And that has been clearly mentioned in the paper also. Regarding the previous question which you had put up about the trade, that was not of my concern, but definitely I will look into it. And thanks for bringing into light.
Yeah, maybe we can find through that direction if it is falling in between the trade routes.
There seems to be a possibility, and I hope so. The scholars, and for future research purpose, I will also definitely look into that. It's a good suggestions which you have just now mentioned. So,
Any other question? Any other question to Sheetal Rana? Okay, I think there are no more questions for her. Thank you, Sheetal. We can proceed to the next paper by Siddharth Saha.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Sir. Well, there are two questions in the chat box. I think, Siddharth, you can read and answer the first question. It's by Shikha Rai.
I think, sir, second question is for Sir Subhakanti Baul, sir. They're getting patina, I think.
Okay, so I think one question is for you. It's by Shikha Rai, who asks about, you have shown lots of site details, but can you explain about flood dynamics in your study region and how site formation process is useful to understand the dynamics of settlement pattern in your study area?
Yes, sir. This region is between the Ajay and Damodar River, and which is coming from the upland of plateau, Chotanagpur plateau. That's in Jharkhand.
That you have already made presented. I mean, there is a specific question of how you can explain about the flood dynamics in your study region. Is there any information about site formation processes in the study area?
Yes, sir. When we see from the pre-History to medieval site, then pre-History site is totally concentrate on the lateritic zone, and which is far from the flood region, right? That is in center between the two rivers water set, and the Chalcolithic sites are more in the old alluvium plain, and the new alluvium plain are occupied by the middle Paleolithic sites, and this region are flood prone region. And that's why they are chosen for the natural mounds.
Okay, I think the second question is also for you. It's written question for Mr. Saha. I mean, how can a Paleolithic tool is getting patina? This is the question for you.
I will not mention in the patina, sir, but it is for weathering, sir. But I know that the patina, how it is getting, there is a patina for getting in a weathering in a ferricrate for the ferricrate.
Due to the burial conditions. You mean to say it's due to the burial conditions?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Are there any further questions for Saha, Siddharth Saha?
Yes, I have one.
Yeah, please.
Yeah. This is rather a methodological issue. Saha, how do you identify the sites as chalcolithic sites when you have only surface liters? How do you label the sites as chalcolithic sites?
Siddharth, can you switch on your video? I mean, at least while presenting and answer the question, you should switch on your videos, right?
Yes, sir. Sorry, sir. Wait, sir.
Because the site has not been excavated yet, right?
No, some sites are excavated.
Yes.
Some sites are excavated, like a Mongol Court, like
Okay.
Mongol Court and Pandraja, Dhibi, then Bharatpur. All are key sites for me for this study region, sir.
Okay, so these are the sites which has already been excavated in detail and they have been established as chalcolithic sites.
Yes, sir. I have shown in our sir, slide, and there is a 5 cultural sequence in excavation. Some are
All right.
chalcolithic, some are
Okay. All right. Maybe I got it wrong. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Are there any other questions? Okay, then we can now proceed to the paper by Shaukat Ahmad and Ubaid on Burzoham. Are there any questions on Burzoham? Yeah, Ashu?
Yes.
Let's Jamir sir goes first. Yeah, Jamir.
Okay.
you proceed.
So yes. All right. Has there been any community archaeology work conducted on the site?
Ubaid, are you there?
Yes, sorry.
Yeah.
Is
He's
there any?
asking about some community archaeology. Are there any instances of community archaeology in relation to Burzoham there?
I'm not aware of any such work. I'll definitely look like after. Right now, I do not.
I remember there are some recent attempts of re-excavating
Yes,
Burzoham.
absolutely.
Right?
Yes,
I mean,
yes, it was supposed to happen in 2020, but due to coronavirus, like it was.
Yeah, it did not happen. Okay.
All right. Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, Ashu.
Thank you, sir. So I just wanted to know about their notion of open air museum, because since we were discussing even in the group when you're presenting, then I saw that what next. So it is talking about the open air. So even in our group, like it's something related to like the Bhimbetka kind of thing. Are you saying that it should be an open air museum, so it should be accessible to the people and they can come and look into the antiquities and all? So are you looking into that perspective? Because if it becomes an open museum, it will definitely going to attract a lot of tourism. But at the same time, don't you think so? It will lead to antiquity trafficking, or I don't know if you understand what I mean.
Yes, I agree with you.
Let Ubaid answer the question. Yeah.
Yes, I definitely agree with you on this. But that's why after mentioning about open air museums, second and third points were suggestions were first thing awareness. By creating awareness among the masses, then we can tackle the situation of trafficking. And then even if we fail in that aspect, then we are talking about employing trained personnel. So if we are giving sufficient personnel to the site and then creating awareness at the same time, then we may be to some extent able to tackle this situation. There has been so many attempts at creating open air museums, and I guess 90% of the same were successful. So looking at the positive side of it, that was just the suggestions.
Yeah, I do agree, but at the same time, like, okay, fine, let's forget about the antiquity trafficking. At the same time, what happens is people usually tamper those antiquities. Like, for instance, keeping Burzoham aside, like going back to the...
I think Ashu, I mean, Burzoham is a completely different kind of story. Yeah. I mean, he has explained about the situation prevailing there, and you see, the better way forward is to have some of the Neolithic structures excavated, preserved in situ, so that is the kind of concept of open air museum, There are various examples available in India as well as abroad, right? I mean, that is the concept of open-air museum. You showcase each and every period by excavating them, providing a canopy over that, and providing interpretative panels, and also a site museum nearby which can interpret the objects in a better manner. Okay, that is the kind of approach which is approached, and that is the latest philosophy for archaeological sites. I think he very well brought out the issues there. I think there should be a combination of efforts by institutions, government departments, and also administration to preserve one of the most important sites in India, right, in terms of Neolithic and even the ceramic Neolithic context. Any other question? Any other question for Ubaid? Okay, I'll proceed to the last paper by Subrakanta. Right? I hope I pronounced the name correctly. Are there any questions for the last paper? Subrakanti, yeah. No questions. Well, in that case, I mean, it was a brief session with 5 papers and a lot of area covered from northeast to northern part of India to eastern India, to Himachal, different parts of India, and there are lot many issues that have been brought to light from the prehistoric context to the most recent historical period, iconography, and all those stuff. I think more and more methodological improvements is necessary. What I feel is that we should be departing from the cultural historical perspective, description of sites, description of sculptures, and more on the objectivism of what we are trying to investigate. I think that's in a very short presentation of 13 minutes. I think I expected more on the interpretation part, interpretative part, and not on description of what is the site, what is the name of the site, where it is located, and all those stuff. But all are young researchers, and I feel they can improve a lot in their future presentations, and of course they can do wonders if they can adopt the recent methodologies. Thank you for all the speakers to have restricted to their given time, and thank you for the organizers for giving me this opportunity to chair the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for such a wonderful session and taking out time for us to make it a successful session today. And I hope all the reviews have been taken well by all the researchers who have presented in the session. So with this, I think we are done with today's session, and I hand it over to Mr. Ashu to give his concluding remarks for today.
Thank you, Shaniji, and thank you, sirs. Thank you so much for being part of this conference. And finally, the second day comes to the conclusion, and I would appreciate everyone, the presenters, especially for wonderful presentations that they have been coming across with. So we had 4 sessions, and to begin with economic history, trade, and commerce, and metallurgy, being chaired by Mr. Prathapachandran, was wonderful, and then followed by the session 2 on archaeological inquiry by no, someone wants to ask a question. Alkesh.
I think you go on. I think they can type the question in the chat box, right?
Yeah, sure. And the second session, archaeological inquiry by Dr. Rakesh Tewari, and then followed by session 3 on megaliths and monuments by Dr. Arjun R, and finally sites and exploration by Dr. V. N. Prabhakar. So it was a wonderful, wonderful day, and we have successfully completed the second day of the first International Conference of Asiatic Society for Social Science Research. And I hope that we'll see tomorrow as well. And since we have a lot of paper again coming for the tomorrow's sessions, and apart from that, there will be a validatory sessions. And apart from that, we also will try to distribute the certificates on the very same day of the validatory session. So please stay with us. We'll see you all tomorrow at sharp 9 a.m. Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
I had no question. I just wanted to know that all the records would be available because the timings are out of different sides. So still being in US, it's difficult for me to see the day.
No, the recording will be there for the time being, and yeah, there will be it will be available on Facebook, and yeah.
I think
And we will be
I think I respond to you for that, Mr. Alkesh. Like you can watch the recordings again because it is live on the Facebook, though, so the videos are preserved there, so you can see.
Okay, sure. Thank
Yeah.
you. Thank
And
you very much. Because
yeah,
the thing is, the timings are very crossed, like at 11:30, almost midnight. So this is right now the morning time. I just woke up around 4:30, and then started watching the it's a half a session.
oh, really sorry, and
No need to be sorry. It's if you are learning your culture, you have to be time. So I don't feel sorry for it. Please don't feel sorry.
yeah,
But thank you for joining.
And we'll
Good
definitely
work.
try
So
to
keeping
put
a
this
good work.
video. We'll definitely try to put this video onto the website as well, so that you can watch it at any point of time.
Yeah, a YouTube channel of that kind you make with by session, that would help everybody to watch them.
Definitely. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. So we will join tomorrow.
Yeah.
See you till.
Thank you, everyone.
See you all tomorrow then. Thank you.